And I'll call to order the Town of Corte Madera regular town council meeting for Tuesday, October 17th, 2023, starting at 6:30 p.m. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Casissa.
Here.
Councilmember Avazio.
Here.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes. Here.
Vice Mayor Beckman.
Here.
And Mayor Lee.
Here. Can we get a salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so it's now open time for public comment. Any member of the public may address the town council concerning any item not on the council agenda. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise specified by the mayor or presiding officer. The public will be given an opportunity to speak on each agenda item at the time it is called. Once the public comment portion of an item on this agenda has been closed by council, no further comment from the public will be permitted unless authorized. Is there any public comment? Seeing none in the crowd, is there anyone online?
You have a hand raised from Kevin. And when you're ready, you can go ahead and begin.
Hi, my name is Kevin Saavedra. I am a trustee for the Tamalpais Union High School District. I'm actually trying to show up in person. I couldn't figure out where your meeting was going to be because there was no building there. So anyway, I would be much more effective in person versus by Zoom. Anyway, I am coming to you today to speak regarding a process we're going through right now, which you may be aware of. It's our facilities master plan. As you may know, we are quite required to maintain and regularly update a facilities master plan for our district. We went through that process recently, elicited input from nearly 100 community members, evaluated the criticality of that work to be done in those projects, and put them out to the marketplace to determine the cost to complete. As a result of that process, we are reviewing total project costs of approximately $515 million for the upgrade and repair of our building facilities. Our projected cost is higher than it would have been a few years ago for obvious reasons, and interest expense is up a bit, although rates are still low by any historic comparison. My kids went through the school district, Archie in particular. The reality is our facilities need this work. Tam is 115 years old, Archie is 75, Redwood is almost 70. Our other two campuses are almost 30. We have building infrastructure, roofs, equipment, portables that are past their useful life, classrooms, and technology that is just not up to contemporary standards. These necessary repairs and upgrade will need to be funded through a bond issuance, and the cost is because the cost to repair and upgrade is well in excess of what we can accommodate through our sinking fund. And note that we haven't done a major bond issuance in nearly 20 years. We are evaluating our options, may consider putting a measure on the ballot in March of next year. If we decide to do that, we will, of course, come back to you and the other town councils to provide more information. I'm familiar with this process. This is what I do professionally, and I understand the importance of not delaying this work until some point in the future. We are past our enrollment bulge, if you're not familiar with that, and the time is now. So that is our perspective on what we're presenting. If you'd like more information, it is available on our district website. If you have any specific questions, please send them to me or any of the other trustees. Our contact information is also available on the district website. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other comment?
We do not have any other hands raised, and we didn't receive any email public comment for open time.
Okay, so with that, I'll close the open public comment time. We have no presentations tonight, so we'll move on to the consent calendar. The purpose of the consent calendar is to group items together which are routine or have been discussed previously and do not require further discussion. They will be approved by a single motion. Any member of the town council, town staff, or the public may request removal of an item for discussion. Rescheduling the items will be at the discretion of the mayor and town council. Is there anyone on the council that would like to pull an item?
Yeah, I just want to pull 4C.
Okay, here, pull for 4C. So would we discuss that now, or should I also see if we want to pull any from the public and also from town staff? Okay. Is there anyone from the public that would like to pull an item to discuss? Seeing none, is there any online?
We do not have anyone online
Okay.
requesting to pull an item.
Is there any other additional items that would like to be pulled by staff? Seeing none, so we can pull 4C and start discussion. Fred?
Yeah, I just want to pull it. I'm okay with the competitive bid process that we're talking about. It's not an issue, but last year we did a 1-year contract that was budget, I think, for 300 to 325,000. We ran $100,000 over budget on that item, I think, the last fiscal year. So now we're up to 425,000 for this contract. So what I'd rather do is go ahead and approve the contract for 425, but cap it with staff at 325. So anything over 325, they would have to come back to us for approval, and then with the details why it's going over. There's a whole bunch of stuff within the staff report, which I won't go into details, but just to point one thing out, I think it talks in here about one of the reasons it ran over last year was because you were short 2 DPW employees. I don't know if those positions have been filled or not. There's other aspects in here or not, or also.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I think that would be fine with staff. This is a sort of a maximum contract amount, so it is based on a time and materials, or basically an hourly rate that we pay individuals on floors, builders. And so what we could do in response to that comment would be, as we're approaching that number of last year's budget, come back to the council with an informational item and discuss essentially where we are, how we've spent money, and then if there is a need to move forward, discuss if the council has any concerns about continuing operating under the existing contract, or directing staff to modify or amend the contract if we are able to at that point in time, which I think we should be able to, although I'd have to look into the contract itself, which actually we can build that in. I don't think we've actually had the contract. It's for an agreement for the town manager to enter the contract. So I think I can work with Amy on developing that language that allows us to do that. So if that, would that address that comment?
Yeah, that works.
I think
You have, Amy?
It's not clear if it's a motion to amend the item to authorize the town manager to enter an agreement not to exceed a lesser amount, or if you're just proving the amount but asking for a report if we hit, I'm sorry, I can't remember the amount, 350, 325,
25. It's the latter.
the latter.
I just want to make sure that there's a stopgap measure that we know that it's going to go over like 325. And if it's going to go over 100,000, I'm sorry, an additional 100,000. I just want to make sure that we're getting the details so we know why that's escalating in cost.
Does that work?
Yes.
Yes, we can approve the items today. Right. And I just want to, I would just say, you know, some of the costs were related to obviously the additional rainfall events that we had last year. I think the purpose of including that in this contract was just to ensure that we have that budgeted for if needed, rather than going above a contracted amount. And so, but perfectly happy to come back if and when we approach that 325 number and discuss that with the council then.
okay. Yeah.
Fred, good comment. Thank you. I just wanted to ask, I know that this is kind of a routine item for us, and I am familiar with Flores' work throughout town, and I know they do fantastic work for us. I just wanted to ask, when was the last time that we either bid this contract out or just did like kind of took the temperature of the market? Because I know that the staff report says that staff is comfortable that this is, you know, essentially below market rate or competitive with market rate, which is great. But I know that language has been in there like every time we've seen this item for a few years now. So I just wanted to kind of double check that it has been kind of checked on in the last couple of years to make sure it's still competitive.
Yeah, I'd have to ask RJ specifically that question. I know we've had this contract or been working with Flores since I think May of 2019. Is that right?
Mhm.
I think that's what we got in the staff report. So, but Yeah, I don't have the exact date of sort of when we've gone out. I know he checks regularly in terms of verifying, on his own, whether or not this is a cost effective way of meeting the maintenance needs for the town, but don't have that specific date at this time.
Okay, if he checks regularly, then that's fine, and I am happy to move items 4A through 4F if there's no other questions or comments.
I'd like to make just one.
I'd just like to comment that we went through the rainy time and hearing lots of complaints from people about how awful things looked. And I want to say that I think this year Flores did an amazing job. And the work they did is so important to our retail environment and our community. I just really, I drive around all of the county, and I don't think there's a town that compares to Corte Madera when you're looking at our median strips and the landscaping of our parkways. And I'm really supportive of Flores, and I think there's some institutional knowledge there that comes with them being the same company year after year that we would lose if we did try to put it out to bid. So I'm glad you're doing this. Thank you.
And I'll just amend my motion to note that 4C is I'm moving to approve with direction to staff per Fred's comment.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, call for a vote.
Councilmember Casissa?
Yes.
Councilmember Avazio?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beckman?
Yes.
Mayor Lee?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, so now we'll move on to the public hearing. This is hearing item 5A. It's a public hearing for the consideration and possible action to introduce an ordinance to amend the Corte Madera Municipal Code, including the addition of a new chapter 5.34 short-term rental licensing program. Adam?
Thank you, Mayor Lee and council members. As you're well aware, this is an item that staff has been working on together with our community and planning commission since 2002, and the town council, of course, since 2022, I should say. It's been on our staff plan 2022, and then again this year in 2023 to bring this ordinance before the council for consideration and potentially adoption. It comes as no surprise, I think, to those who've been following this process. Short-term rentals throughout this process has proven to be one of those issues just in Corte Madera that really splits roughly 50-50 in terms of those who support short-term rentals and those that seem to be, opposed and wanting to prohibit them. And really, given that, and with town council's direction at the April 2023 workshop, what we've really tried to do here with this ordinance is sort of thread the needle by allowing homeowners to have a limited opportunity to use their property to rent their homes on a short-term basis while mitigating potential negative impacts on the town's neighborhoods that I think we've heard our fears of some of our community members. And I think we've certainly reached a point where this draft ordinance will be effective in doing both. At the same time, I also want to emphasize that we know we need to monitor how the short-term rental market will actually work in Corte Madera. And we've built in requirements for reporting and ensuring that if regulations change in the future, property owners will have to adjust accordingly. So there's no vested sort of right in this process. I think this has taken a lot of effort and work by many individuals who have helped shape the regulations. As I've mentioned, what we've tried to do as staff is take all the comments that we've received and see how we might be able to incorporate them into this draft ordinance. A lot of public comment has come in, and we've tried to really see how best, if at all, if possible and where possible, to incorporate that into an ordinance that, again, permits short-term rentals. And we've heard from some community members who now think the ordinance works better as a result and it's supportable. The town's planning commission certainly has spent a lot of time digging into the draft ordinance and has made several recommendations that have significantly improved the ordinance. I think despite their overall continued reservations about the allowing short-term rentals, and certainly we're happy to address those later in the presentation. And of course, I think our town team has spent a lot of time trying to get this right, as we do with ordinances, and spent a lot of effort, really trying to get to an ordinance that we can implement and enforce and be effective. Bob Brown to my right has done a tremendous amount of research and really has become our local expert and been a great facilitator of this process. And just thank you for your efforts. Martha on our team, Martha and Danforth and Amy, all have worked hard to put together this STR program. And as I said, that really we're trying to have something that can be implemented and enforced and still be relatively easy to understand for our community members. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bob. We have a presentation. We'll run through the draft ordinance, and then both myself and Bob will be available for questions. But excited to bring this draft ordinance to the council for consideration.
Thank you, Adam. And I'll just add that Adam has been really decisive in providing guidance to staff and putting all these decisions together into the draft. So let's see if we can advance. Yes. So tonight, what I'd like to do in this presentation is just summarize very quickly where we've been up to this point. Then kind of go into some of the provisions of the proposed licensing program and the regulations so that the council and the public really understand what we're talking about. And then questions that the town council has and the public hearing, and then you can take action if you choose. So up to this point, we started, as Adam mentioned, back in 2022 with a workshop trying to take in information, share information with the public, and get a sense of what the temperature of the community was. We did a survey. We had over 500 responses, which was very high for that type of survey going out, online. And as Adam said, about a 50-50 split in terms of people's reaction to short-term rentals, but we also gauged some of the more important issues for them, which was very helpful. The Planning Commission had a workshop about a year ago, October 25th. And then we followed that up with the council having discussion as part of your strategic planning effort in February. And at that time, you said you really would like to finally resolve the issue about the short-term rental regulations, pro or con. And so we took that forward, came back to the council in April, and got a little more definitive direction and some specifics, things that you would like us to really look at, developed an ordinance, and then went to the Planning Commission twice, in August and then again in September. In August, the commission had a lot of questions and a lot of suggestions. We analyzed all those, came back in September, and the commission made a recommendation at that time, which we'll discuss in a few minutes. So again, back in April, the council basically said that you'd like to really sort of reach a closure on the issue of short-term rentals. The town has not had a provision in the zoning ordinance to allow them, and sort of took a wait and see attitude as other cities prohibited them or created regulations for them. So we had a lot of information from other communities and what's worked and what hasn't to bring forward. But basically the council said, let's either have a firm ban with significant enforcement, or let's create a licensing program with regulations. We drafted the council basically said to draft an ordinance and really focus on trying to minimize public nuisance effects, and also concern about possibly diminishing the housing supply, as you've just gone through a housing element that was pretty significant. And then the council also said that one of their motivating factors was that this could allow homeowners in a very expensive housing market some additional income, particularly for newer homeowners that are just getting in and paying the price to live in Corte Madera. So to summarize, I think really what we tried to do was focus on single family homes, not on condominiums, multifamily, but really just allowing single family residences So that's what the ordinance focuses on. It only allows those that are zoned R1. We do not allow the use of accessory dwelling units as part of a rental or units that are created as part of SB 9. And also any deed restricted affordable units cannot be rented as short-term rentals. One of the major restrictions is a proposed limit of 75 days per year. So the idea was to give homeowners that might take a summer vacation the ability, or holidays, the ability to rent their home while they're gone, but not to make it so lucrative that property owners would choose to invest specifically to turn a home into a short-term rental. And then at the Planning Commission's suggestion, we also limited the ability for a property owner to only have one short-term rental property in town, period. So again, trying to discourage the idea of investors buying homes for that purpose. We have occupancy limits. Many of these ordinances do. And also, I think very importantly, we added to our code the fact that only people that are on the rental agreement can be present at the home between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. So that's trying to get at the concern that you might have a party situation. So in this case, the police could, be responsive and really know who was supposed to be at the residence and who was not. Not advancing.
I think just to correct the record, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. I think it is.
Oh, did I say 10 a.m.?
I think it's 6.
Oh, okay, sorry. And okay, there we go. And in terms of parking regulations, we're requiring that parking that's typical for a single family home be provided. Plus, if there are more than 8 occupants, that additional parking be provided. So one space for every 4 additional occupants. And that there's a parking plan that is required as part of the license application to show exactly where those spaces are, and so the staff can confirm their legal spaces. Very importantly, to address problems that are occurring with a rental, there's a requirement for a local emergency contact that is available all the time, and they have to be located within 30 miles of the rental property so that they can address an emergency situation. Then also addressing safety issues. As part of the licensing program, they'll have to document that they have the required smoke and carbon monoxide alarms present and fire extinguishers. And then there was a lot of concern as the ordinance was being developed about involving the neighborhood response groups. And Martha reached out to them as well, the umbrella organization, and they were very pleased to be part of this. So what came out of this is that they would be provided with the annual registry of all the licensed short-term rentals, so they'll have the addresses and the owners' information. The police department will get a copy of the emergency contacts for each property, again, so that they have someone to contact. And for properties that are in the wildland urban interface, the NRG contact information has to be provided to the renters. And then getting at concerns about possible nuisance effects. This information, this list of information has to be provided for the tenants so that they will have knowledge of the emergency contact that's local, what the restrictions are on number of occupants, the number of parking spaces that are allocated and where they are, and to notify, to be advised of a shared driveway situation so they don't block access. Information about how to deal with garbage and recycling and composting, contact information for the emergency service providers. There has to be a floor plan provided showing how to egress the property, and then also a vicinity map showing the best evacuation routes in the event of an emergency. How to sign up for the renters, how to sign up for emergency alerts like Nixle. Where the closest 24-hour emergency medical facility is, and also what the noise regulations are. So a lot of information provided to the tenants so they're not really in the dark. And then the hosting platforms are required to verify that the unit that they're listing does have a license, so they can contact staff or go online to verify that. They have to provide the renters notice of the town's regulations. They have to send the transient occupancy tax payments to the town if it's rented on their platform. And they have to retain data for 3 years if the town requests it so that enforcement can be done. In terms of how the program would be run and administered, these permits would be good for 1 year and they would be renewed on a calendar year basis. The town will hire a third-party monitoring service. These monitoring services, for actually a really pretty reasonable amount, monitor all of the potential hosting platforms continuously. And the biggest benefit is that they can provide the actual address of all these listings. So if the town has to do enforcement, they know which property owner is involved. There would be a designated staff contact person for the program, and there would be a town web page that would list the licensed rentals, map them, and also provide resource information on how to file complaints. And the town manager is committed that there will be a 2-year evaluation by the council so that you could evaluate how the program is working or if any modifications need to occur. In terms of enforcement, the staff would annually audit about 10% of the units for compliance. Again, an on-site inspection just to make sure everything's in place properly. We clarified that complaints from the public can be either orally submitted or in writing. And the ordinance has a defined process for the community development director to assess any complaint and make a determination if there is a violation. And also at the Planning Commission's recommendation, there's a provision that if enforcement actions are underway, if there's a concern that there's a potential health and safety problem, if any violation would reoccur during this enforcement process, the community development director can suspend the license. And the ordinance states that violations are addressed through your typical public nuisance process and or your administrative citation process in your code. In addition, though, we added options for civil actions that the town could take against either the property owner or a hosting platform that could result in an injunction or monetary relief. And they also added to the ordinance the ability for private property owners to initiate a civil action if they felt the need on a neighbor. Although the council doesn't have a fee resolution in front of you tonight to modify the fee structure, we're letting you know what we think will occur if you adopt the program, which would occur at your next meeting. We estimate that program revenue from transient occupancy tax, which is at 8% for the town share, in somewhat the range from $40,000 to $60,000. And that's based upon right now the number of unpermitted short-term rentals that are out there, and an estimate based upon looking at those listings on the average nightly rate and the number of nights that unit is rented a year, and also looking at what other towns of comparable size are generating. So we think that this is a fairly accurate estimate. The short-term rental monitoring service I mentioned earlier probably is a cost of about $3,500 to $5,000 a year. So you should be able to cover that with the occupancy tax. And the staff time for processing the applications will be covered by fees. Martha has prepared an estimate of staff time involved in processing these. And it comes out to $500 for the initial registration. And that includes the cost for a one-time audit that would occur at some point in the future. And then also the annual renewal, that would be $400, so a bit less. And then if there is code enforcement, that can be self-sustaining in terms of the fines or the financial penalties that could be imposed. The Planning Commission recommended approval at their last meeting on a 3-2 vote. And while recommending approval, they did express reservations. And these are, they're concerned about the potential that even with the restricted number of days per year that could be rented, that there still might be an incentive to take a unit out of the regular rental market for short term. potential conflicts with the new housing element, which is pretty bullish on adding the number of units required by the state. Concern about the town's single-family neighborhoods and character and quality of life that might be jeopardized by short-term rentals that could cause disturbances. And then finally, on additional burdens on the staff to actually monitor and enforce the program. The staff report indicates a change to the ordinance since the Planning Commission saw it related to parking. And it really is just trying to confirm that if a home has a currently non-conforming parking situation, that can be retained. And then again, if there are more than 8 occupants, then they would have to provide additional parking beyond that non-conforming amount of parking. So that's reflected in the ordinance change, which we don't believe was very substantive. So the recommendation for the council is to ask questions of us, conduct a public hearing, and then if you choose, you can introduce the ordinance that is before you tonight.
Okay, thank you, Bob. So, questions?
Thank you for the report. And I watched the hearings of the Planning Commission, and I watched all of ours, including watching what I said before, because I had to, make sure that, that it looked the way I thought it did, that the ordinance looked the way that, our recommendations were suggesting. So I have a couple of questions, but the type of reporting back that the platforms would be doing, is this something that they actually in practice do now, or is this they have a mechanism for that, is what I'm asking?
Yes, there's a number of firms that now provide this kind of monitoring for short-term rentals, and they would, if contracted, they would provide the town with a dashboard that's in real time that shows the numbers of short-term rentals that are being listed, for how long, how much they're being rented for, a great deal of information that would enable the staff to monitor how the program is working.
Right. But what I'm wondering about is the listing platforms. Do they normally make sure that the taxes are bounced back to the municipality, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, they do. I mean, that's part of their responsibility.
Okay.
And that's the way it works in other towns as well.
Okay. So we're not asking for anything
Out of the ordinary.
out of the ordinary. And so these are kind of not in any particular order, but the data that you have about the number of short-term rentals, when was that data taken, or when's the last time it was taken?
That was in 2022, and that was done by one of these monitoring services for free for the town, but it gave us a sense. They did it twice, and each time it was around 30. So I know that Martha's also done her own research, looking online at some of the larger platforms. So again, probably typically between 20 and 30, depending upon season.
Yeah, I would say I just looked earlier today for Thanksgiving weekend or something, coming up pretty soon. I think I saw about 10 or between Airbnb and VRBO, but obviously those probably are booked well in advance, so you're getting a lesser number.
Okay, it's good to know. Let's see, did I have anything else? The reporting of complaints and the idea that of revocation. So does revocation, or let's just say that they're not allowed to rent, are they not allowed to rent out while a claim is being investigated, or it's only if that claim is found to be substantive?
That was the change that the Planning Commission recommended. So normally, yes, they would still be able to operate while an enforcement complaint was being examined and before a determination had been reached. But the Planning Commission basically had us add that if the concern is so great in terms of public health and safety that another violation would, again, be very disruptive, then the community development director has the ability to suspend that license until the code enforcement action is complete.
Okay, and is there any difference between whether that complaint is just a nuisance or if it's actually a code violation?
Most of your code violations are defined as nuisances in your code, so it's pretty broad.
Okay, so there's no difference between someone being noisy and not having a fire extinguisher.
Well, the staff response and enforcement will be quite different. But yes, I mean, there's all kinds of, there's several tools in the toolbox, and you would only go to the most radical and significant if the violation was severe.
Okay, so there's wiggle room in there.
There is a lot, there are
Okay.
several options, yes.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all my questions right now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a couple for you. How does change in ownership of the property, how does that get handled? If somebody sells their home?
It would not transfer, so the new owner would have to reapply.
Okay, and then what's the effective date of the ordinance? Is there like a grace period? When would it take effect? And then is there like a 6-month grace period for people to start applying? How does that process kind of work?
I think it's set up that it would start going into effect the first of the year. Yes.
Yeah, the ordinance is drafted that it would go into effect January 1st, 2024. And there's no grace period currently under our town's zoning ordinance. Short-term rentals are not allowed. So it would be starting essentially to receive applications in December. That could then be processed and licenses issued starting in January. And there may be some delay just as we develop the materials and application materials to actually allow people to essentially apply for these licenses, but they would go into effect on July 1st, 2024.
July 1st?
Sorry.
Okay.
Get a foodware ordinance, I think.
Was there any thought to pushing that back a month, maybe to February? I'm just bringing this up because we start hitting the holiday season. If this cycles through another one of our meetings, it seems like a lot of time, but is it enough time for people to start applying and processing those applications?
I think it's a very good point, something that staff is evaluating how we would actually do it. But I think we wanted to actually allow this to happen in calendar years. And each year that becomes easier for everybody to know it's time to renew starting January 1st. If you don't have basically don't have your license, you're not going to be able to have a short-term rental the next year. So I think it was a balance between that and sort of seeing if we can ramp up quickly enough to get this out to the community, to let them know how to apply and make sure that we're doing work on our ends to make sure that application process is available to them for January. So I think we can do it. At Amy, and she's nodding, so that's good.
That's a good sign. And I think you mentioned that it's only one property owner. So if I have 10 different parcels, it's only one. How do you handle LLCs, or how do you handle when property's in a trust and the LLCs, there's an underlying ownership in there?
This may be one for the town attorney.
We did specifically look into that. I think it comes into the section of the definitions of this owner. So let's see if we can.
If owner means any natural person or business entity who is the owner of record of the real property or has a financial interest in said owner of record. We think that will enable us to ensure that it is just one entity. That one entity will be restricted to one property.
Okay. All right, I just have a couple more. I think you mentioned there would be on-site inspections. But how does that work? Because it's probably a legal type thing. I don't think our code enforcement people can actually go into somebody's house.
There would, the on-site inspection would probably not occur at registration or renewal, but it would occur as part of the required audit. And again, 10% per year. So once every 10 years, theoretically, every property would be audited. So again, that's a responsibility of the license holder to allow the audit to be able to continue to operate and get renewed each year.
Okay. And then while we're on this, on the 10%, is it feasible? I think I saw something where we may have like 40 of these in Corte Madera. At 10%, looking at 4 years, so you're looking at people on 10-year cycles getting audited. Is that, it doesn't seem feasible. It does, to me, it just doesn't make sense going, hey, you're gonna get audited every 10 years.
Well, I think the idea is that you don't know if you're going to get audited. So
Okay.
it's the fear of potential audit, but also not wanting to overwhelm the staff with having to go out and look at
Right.
all of these every year.
And I think there's still also any complaint that would come into the town would be investigated. And so there's always that sort of like how we handle those concerns and complaints today with any issue ordinance. We'll go out and if that happens, that then starts a code enforcement case, and we will follow up on that.
Okay. I just thought something else along those lines. Is there any tie into the defensible space inspections? If somebody gets hit with a defensible space, if they get hit with violations on that side, or there's concerns from Central Marin or MWP on the defensible space side, how does that affect the SCR, or does it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's,
I don't think there's anything in there about.
Well, there was the part about it could be suspended if there was any kind of action carried out that could be determined by the community officer.
I mean, I think there's a couple of answers to that. One is, most programs are most enforcement is done on a complaint basis.
So the fire marshal could file a complaint.
No, but I think if one of our code inspectors came in because there was a complaint and they observed a fire hazard, they would certainly then bring in other agencies as necessary to address any concerns.
there's a couple of sections, one in property eligibility. And it's 5.34040 B12, which basically says that properties with outstanding code violations are ineligible to actually receive a license. And then I also would point to 5.34.050 license requirements D under safety for properties within the adopted wildland urban interface. The WUI maintenance of areas surrounding the residents in compliance with CAL FIRE Code sections 4901.1 to 4907.4 as required by Central Marin Fire Department. So that is required that they are in compliance with those fire codes and the maintenance requirements in order to operate.
Okay, and I assume through the process, when they apply for a license, amount that information be
We would
verified.
check with the fire department.
Check. Okay. And then just one more. There's a couple of sections where it says community development officer kind of has like the power. Should that be community development officer and or designee in case she is not present for whatever reason, vacation? You just started. I'm trying to give you a break early on. Or should it stay the way it is? Amy's looking. I just always look as a backup type thing just in case, because you never know.
I think we can make the change. I want to also check, I think in the definition of actually community development director, there may be referred to his or her designee as well, but not in this ordinance.
Oh, right.
We'll look into it, and if we need to come back, that would be a non-substantive change for the second.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have 3 questions, I think. The first one's pretty simple. You mentioned that the hosting platforms would be required. as I think they are now, to assume that to check and make sure there's a valid town license. So if that's the case, then how are they doing them now when they're illegal?
Well, there's no
So-
requirement for them to do that, so they don't.
So there is no requirement that the hosting platforms assure that there's a valid town license.
Currently, but that's the point of adopting regulations that would now affect the hosting platforms.
So our regulations are going to affect Airbnb and VRBO.
Yes.
Let's get them. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that's where we were going with that. And then I also listened to the planning commission, and my heart broke for the fact that everybody was saying they didn't like it, but they felt like they had to do it. And I'm just wondering if a lot of people have some suggestions for nuances and changes moving forward. And I just wonder, is this a living kind of ordinance that we can regularly, and maybe not in 2 years, maybe for the first year we do it in 1 year, just check in and see how things are going and figure out if we need any additional requirements. For example, one suggestion is, there was a lot of talk about who is this for? And you mentioned new homeowners who have these ridiculously high mortgages and needing expenses, but also there are empty nesters who can greatly benefit from having short-term rentals or long-term rentals. And my question is there anything in the provision or anything in the ordinance that makes a special provision for somebody who is on premises when the rental comes in? Because that seems to answer a lot of the questions of effect on neighborhood and whether anybody's paying attention and who's watching the house and so forth. So is it possible that there could be that in the future? I know it's not in the current ordinance,
No, it's
right?
not. And we did discuss that. I of all the ordinances that I looked at, only one, which was San Rafael, required that the owner be present on site whenever there's a rental. And that's certainly, I think, doable, but it is very constraining. And then I think the other thing is that there is a concern about legality with the appeals court decision from Lake Tahoe, South Lake Tahoe, which basically required that out-of-state owners have the same abilities as in-state owners of
Right,
property.
Right.
So that might be another concern to
Right, so
consider.
I think you might have misunderstood the intent of my question. I wasn't saying that we would require people to be present, but I'm saying if the property owner is home and planning to rent out their extra, all pair unit, not an ADU. I know they can't rent out the ADUs, right? State law.
Right.
But regular, I have a duplex or I have an extra unit in my home, but I'm going to be there. It seems like it should be easier for me to do that than to put up a vacant home for a family of 8, which I think 8 should be. I don't think we should be making any accommodations for over 8 in a home. I mean, we don't have homes that size in Corte Madera. Anyway, so I'm just saying there's lots of little things, and I'm just wondering moving forward if we have the ability to, will have the ability to consider some of these things.
Yes, yes, certainly. And that's part of the monitoring and reporting back to council, and at the council's direction, we're happy to change how frequently that happens if that's something that council wants to consider. And I think throughout, we've been very careful to make sure that it's not only in the ordinance, it's going to be in the application materials, that there is no vested right by getting a license 1 year, that you don't get that the next year. It's starts fresh. So if there's an opportunity, if the council and we look and we see there's issues and we want to amend the ordinance, those would be new rules that all property owners or all players in the short-term market, short-term rental market would have to play by.
Great. So just one more, and I'm wondering if this is already in the ordinance or implied, that the town reserves the right to limit the total number of applications, because as much as we think it's not going to jump much more than up to 50, we don't know how many good law abiding people there are out there who haven't done it because it's not allowed. And so we could get a strong demand coming out of this. And I just want to know if we have the ability to say, we can't handle any more than 50, or 75, we can do that at any time?
Ordinance.
Or it's in the ordinance that we,
No, we can always amend the ordinance.
Oh, okay.
So, you have.
Yes, there are jurisdictions. I know there was a case I read where they did that. We'd have to approach it with caution, like any amendment, and it might not kick in until the next cycle. In other words, if you have your license, you're good for that year, but it is simply a 1-year license, and we reserve the right to make any changes to the program. So there are jurisdictions where, particularly beach towns, where things escalated and they scaled back.
okay. All right, that's all my questions.
Just a few questions. Thank you. One, just to drill a little bit deeper into this owner concept. I know that in the definition, again, it says it's the what do you say, natural person, entity owning the property, or anyone with a financial interest in that entity. And I just wanted to make sure that we are confident that we're getting to like the concept of the beneficial owner. Because if I'm like, rich Uncle Pennybags and I want to buy 3 houses in Corte Madera and own each one of them under a separate LLC, I shouldn't be allowed to do that. It should be, it should be only one beneficial owner. If we can do that, are we confident that we've gotten to that as best we can?
We've tried, yeah.
I think we have done that, and we will come back if it's not right and fix it if it isn't.
Okay, sounds good. That was my sense again from reading the language of somebody with a financial interest in the owner, but I just wanted to ask the question. So thank you. Another question here. So our cap of 75 days per year per property. Do we have a comparison of other cities? I looked back at our matrix from the last time we heard this item in like April or something. You guys put together that really good matrix of all of the ADU regulations in Marin County, and I didn't see like a column for like total number of days, a cap on total number of days.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have that with me. Many of the ordinances don't have a limitation on the extent of rentals. The ones that do, I'm just not recalling the exact numbers. So.
Okay, well, it is helpful to know, if nothing else, that this would be a regulation that we are adopting or considering adopting that others have not done. So thank you. I think my only other question. Actually, no, that was it. I was going to ask about our fees just because they're somewhat higher than other cities, but you did put in the report kind of what the basis for that was, so that answers that question. So I think that's all for me. Thank you.
I just have one follow-up question along something Eli said. The 75 days, how's that going to be tracked? Or how is that tracked?
Yeah, that's part of the benefit of having the third-party monitoring, that they will have an ongoing dashboard of how many times that home has been rented.
Okay, and then if something all of a sudden it kicks into like 76 or 77, we would be notified that they're over their limit?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have no questions, so we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public that would like to speak to this item?
Lean it down. There you go.
Well, I'm really gratified to know that some council members took the time to look at the videos that the Planning Commission went through, because the Planning Commission met three times and spent more than an hour and a half each time showing, which did show the importance of this topic. And I'd like to ask everybody to look at the big picture here. What do we want the character, the DNA of Corte Madera to be? It's a quality of life issue, really. All the regulations go to all the little points, but look at the big picture. Who do we want in the house next door to us? Who do we want our children to know in the house next door to us? Who can they count on? 2 persons per bedroom and 2 in the common areas in a 3-bedroom house are 8 strangers. 8 strangers, 75 days a year is almost a quarter of a year. It's pretty scary to think about if that's the house next door to where you live and you want to bring up your children. Who benefits from the short-term rentals right now? Who's benefiting are 30 homes that have ignored the current prohibition. 30 people, while abusing the current regulation, are benefiting. And has the neighbor benefited? Has the person next door who's had to put up with noise or trash or some other kind of disturbance, possible vandalism? They haven't benefited at all. It's not a resource for visitors after we've enticed Best Western and other hotels and spent a lot of time trying to get them to come into Corte Madera. And I just wonder if it's really worth the benefit of the town to compromise our neighborhoods. And let's look at who will enforce it, because let's face it, the violations won't happen during business hours. It's the police that will be called for any disturbance that comes up. And this is called enforcement by complaint. It burdens the family who's been disturbed to call and report and perhaps bear the retaliation. And who's going to pay that homeowner for the rose bush that gets mowed over by someone who's careless with their car? At the end of the day, we have 30 people and no way of enforcing what we already have. It's not going to be better once it's an open season. So I'd ask you to reject the idea of short-term rentals in Corte Madera.
Okay, is there anyone else in the public that would like to speak? Seeing none in person, is there anyone online?
We have 2 hands raised, one from Karen Gerbosi. Karen, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Karen Gerbosi. I live in a condo association over on the east side. And one of the problems that we have is that there are people that are not only not complying with current regulation, but even if you pass this ordinance, they won't be complying with that either, because they're in a condo association, they're zoned R2. And so I don't know that there's any robust commitment to handle those people. So, and what has been missing all along is any clear commitment, clear communication to residents about how they can, what's permitted and how they can complain. So it's not in the newsletter that you do. It's not in any notice that's gone to homeowners. It's not in the newspaper. I don't know how people even figure out that they can complain. The other thing is that I do hope that going forward that the town will become much more robust in their efforts to enforce it, even though thus far it doesn't look like they really have the stomach for that. So I'm concerned about my community where there are people that are non-compliant. I've attended a homeowners association board meeting just before I joined this call, and they said that there's somebody that has put a toilet in their garage. This is in a condo. And that when they complained about it, that they didn't get any real satisfaction from the town. So that's a situation that is so far out of bounds of being compliant and being appropriate that it's wildly inappropriate. The other question that I did have is I know that there's notification if somebody's going to have a business in their home in my immediate neighborhood. Is there any notification that's going to go to neighbors during this application process? So I would hope that neighbors would know that somebody is setting up a short-term rental in their neighborhood, in their immediate neighborhood, and that when they're notified about how they can complain, how they can report, how they can have recourse to that situation. And I know that you can't answer my questions on this, that I'm just, basically you're taking what I say kind of as an editorial comment, but those are my concerns. Thank you.
Okay, before I allow Bob Ravazio to speak, he has a hand raised. We did receive 3 public comments via email prior to the start of this meeting, and they were uploaded to the website so that the public has access to those comments. Okay, Bob, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Bob Ravazio, Corte Madera. And I apologize, I missed the presentation. I'm babysitting, so I didn't get to see the whole thing. But my question is simple. How do we enforce the number of days per year? I mean, we know people are doing this off the books now, as many days as they want. We're supposedly going to limit the number of days per year, but how do we prevent them? What are we going to do to stop them from renting more than the number of days per year and renting 100 days a year, 200 days per year, whatever it is they want? That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and then we have one comment from Patty Stolier asking, what is the estimated number of unlicensed short-term rentals in town, and what is the number of homes who might qualify for this license? Thanks. And that's the end of our public comments.
So
From
before staff addresses any comment up to this point, we do have someone in the public that would like to speak as well. So
Hi, Alden Miles. I'm a Corte Madera.
Party.
I didn't plan to speak to this tonight, but I do think that it is helpful sometimes to have the advocates from the community kind of speak to it. So I am a resident who has family who lives very, very far away. And my aging parents cannot stay in hotels and they cannot walk long distances to visit us, so they don't come. Prior to kind of the clampdown on this, there was a local space that they could stay and walk to my house that's not available anymore. My sister and her kids, there's 6 of them. When they come to visit, they don't stay in hotels. They want to come, they want to stay in a home where they have a kitchen and access. So the availability of people to come visit is a big deal to have kind of these short-term rentals for these reasons. And I also have neighbors who have properties that would be their sole income as they move into retirement and kind of keep them safe and well and in good financial standing with the opening of these kind of rules. So just the counter argument from the public.
thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, did staff want to address any of the comments that were made?
Me too. In terms of Ms. Gerbosi's, I believe it is, comments. First of all, she indicated she lives in a condo zoned R2, so that property would not qualify for short-term rentals. It's only for R1 single-family zone properties. She asked if there would be notification of neighbors, and no, the ordinance currently does not contain notification of neighbors. The primary reason is that this really is sort of a ministerial permit. So if someone applies, if they meet all the criteria, and there are a lot of criteria, then the license is issued. If there are no violations, so again, that's the point of not necessarily notifying neighbors. Bob had a question about how to enforce the number of days per year, and that question just came up a few minutes ago, and that's the idea of hiring a third-party monitoring service, because they provide a dashboard to the town, and so any short-term rental, there's an ongoing list of the number of days it's rented, for how much, etc. So that's how the town would monitor this. And Ms. Stolier asked about the number of unlicensed short-term rentals. Again, not really known. It varies. As I said, back in 2022, we saw 30. You look more recently, maybe in the 10 teens numbers, etc. So it varies seasonally too. And the number of qualifying homes under the new ordinance, those would be any property zoned R1. So there's probably, a couple thousand of those.
Okay, and I have a question for you, Adam, based on that feedback. currently it's it's a ban, right? They're not allowed, but that doesn't imply enforcement. We don't have enforcement mechanisms. It just means they can't do it, right? And so that at minimum is one of the things that will be initiated by moving this ordinance forward. Is that correct?
I think that's exactly right. And I wanted to elaborate a little bit on that because that's come up time and again. And I think we've certainly really been and this was described in the staff report and the presentation, sort of like the town hasn't taken action on short-term rentals. We've have an existing code that sort of prohibits them, but we've sort of been taking a wait and see approach while we say and bring a draft ordinance to the town council to say, like, this is going to be our policy moving forward. And during that wait and see approach, we've been reactionary intentionally on code enforcement. Other than we have responded if there's a complaint about them, just like we would respond to any other issue in town regarding dogs off leash code, any code quality of life concern. There's a way to get to the town and talk about that. I think in addition, so to your point, I think this is why I think the ordinance will establish the procedures for filing complaints by anybody who's concerned. There'll be a contact person. There's a website set up. I think we should go ahead and put out a postcard if something gets approved that says this is now in effect. We can go to all the R1 homes or single family homes in town and let people know, here's how you complain. Exactly. And so that information we do need to disseminate, but this will provide the enforcement mechanisms for the town to actually follow, and procedures and fines that we currently don't have. There's more teeth to it for certain with an ordinance like this than what we currently have today.
So I have a question on that then. In R1 currently, if someone applies for a business license to operate out of an R1 single family, is there noticing that goes out for that business entity?
There is a home occupation. If they're doing it out of their home, I think there is a home occupation permit, which does get noticed. Business licenses, which is a separate fee,
So, okay.
doesn't get.
And so this one in particular is his own third license. Then it's not a business license. Correct. It's not an occupation license. It's going to be its own thing with its own kind of. Okay.
And we did want to. That's one of the reasons why we talked about we will have a website. We are going to track and map where these are located throughout town so that it's accessible. And that's how we want to communicate essentially where these are on any given day, or maybe it's week by week we update it or what have you, and when we get a new one.
Okay, thank you. So we can bring it back for questions and comments. Who wants to start off?
Can I go for it? Thank you. First of all, Charles, thank you and Adam for clarifying that important point that part of what we're doing here is, yes, we're allowing and regulating, but that's allowing us to bring a level of enforcement that we have not had up until this point. So it is kind of a new paradigm in terms of the enforcement that we'll be having going forward against any violations around short-term rental. So thank you for bringing that up and clarifying. Really want to thank staff and the consultant and the planning commission for the really thorough job that you guys have done considering this issue. This is a really important issue, and you guys have been very thorough in considering this, and I feel really good about the ordinance that's being proposed. I think these regulations seem very well thought out. They seem very reasonable. I feel that there's every reason to expect that these regulations are going to be effective in preventing any nuisances coming up as a result of short-term rentals. And to Pat's point, this is very much a living document, right? We will continue to monitor how the situation evolves, and if we want to, if we need to come back and make any adjustments in the future, we absolutely will. So I think this is a really good starting point. I think it's important to know, and I appreciate the staff report mentioning that there's no real clear community consensus on this issue, which I think means that it's important to take a cautious approach, and that's exactly what is laid out here. So that's fantastic. In terms of the question that was raised of who's this for, I think one thing that's important to know is that this is not, we're not doing this so that the town can make, another 40 grand in TOT. That's negligible. We're doing this for homeowners because this is a really expensive place to live, and we want to give homeowners an ability to be able to have that little extra bit of income within reasonable bounds that respect their neighbors and respect the quality of the community. And when I'm thinking about who this is for, I'm thinking in large part about, residents like fixed income seniors. Those are certainly the folks that I personally have heard about this issue a lot from. So, I feel really good about this. I just did want to circle back on Karen's question, because I don't think we quite got to the heart of it, which is if now that we're going to have third-party monitoring going forward, can they flag for us proactively if they see listings popping up that are for addresses that we know are not in R1 zones?
I believe so. And again, that's something that staff will pursue as they hire a contractor. But yes, typically there are abilities for these kinds of flags.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I think in light of that, I think that is everything. Oh, there's one other thing I wanted to touch on, actually. So the revocation process for violations, it says that you can have your license revoked for up to 3 or more upheld citations in a 2-year period. I was just curious, where did the number 3 come from? My thought being just that, like, if we wanted to be stricter and say 2, I think that's reasonable, especially if it's the same type of violation. You shouldn't have to be warned more than once if you're breaking the same rule. So I just wanted to throw that out there. But other than that, on the whole, I'm really comfortable with what's being proposed here. I think it's well thought out, and I appreciate the process that went into this. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I speak to that last point just real quick? I've known some people that have rented it. Ultimately, it's not just on the owner of the home, it's the luck of who you ended up going through Airbnb. And so to also be fair and say that, they've done everything that they needed to within the ordinance, just somebody shows up and dumb luck, it's a couple, being really punitive on first go might not really give them the fair shake about how it happened. But then I've seen adjustments based on that made by the homeowner that then can help them mitigate that moving forward. So I just wanted to share that I've seen real world execution of that.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So I just want to commend Corte Madera for always doing things the hard way. Like the foodware ordinance, we don't just take some boilerplate thing that other towns are doing and say it's good enough, but we really dig in and try to come up with something that really does work specifically for our town. That said, I would like to request that we do for the first year a 1-year review, just so we don't let 2 years go by without thinking about it. If we can just do a 1-year review. And I would like to talk about the fees. When I first saw $500, I thought, oh, the lady who lives down the street who's 70 is going to say that's too much. So I'm wondering, is there a way you could do a senior rate? Somehow a sliding scale, because if you're pulling in 40 to 60,000 in TOT, you don't really need to cover the full cost of the staff for the thing. Anyway, I would just consider that. It just seems a little bit high to me, especially for a senior. Like I said, I think seniors should get a discount. And it's not just because I recently became a senior. I've always felt this, that seniors should get a break. So, but with that, way to go, Adam, once again, breaking new ground, and Bob and Amy and Rebecca and everybody else, and Martha and RJ and Amy. Thank you. I can support this.
Okay. So, I want to just start by saying that a couple of things. First of all, not everyone, and probably 99% of the people who rent a short-term rental are not there to party. They're there to get together with their families. It's very expensive. I can tell you from personal experience, when we travel with our 2 adult daughters, if we got 2 hotel rooms, we'd have to pay both the 3, well, probably twice as much, because we're in New York a lot, twice as much as that, as the short-term rental, plus every meal would have to be out. So not everyone is coming to party. Most people really are, I have my in-laws on my husband's side, that group of families, we're not invited, but their grandchildren, they're getting a house for 10 people in Connecticut for Christmas. So those are the kinds of things that most people are doing. And I really think that headlines, because we're on 24 news cycle and they'll run the same story 300 times, you literally viscerally respond to it every time as if it's the first time. That's clinically shown. So it does seem like more than it actually is. Also, I cannot tell you how many times people dropping their kids off at school have run over my sprinkler system and I've had to fix it. Things happen. I will say that the short-term rental companies do charge a hefty damage fee, which those fees could be used if a neighbor needed to be compensated for, say a sprinkler system run over or their, rose bush taken out. So there are funds there for that. But I think that we do a good job here because we're saying that the only people that can rent these, they have to be the primary resident. And in reviewing the video, Pat said something that about being able to check tax records so that when it seems like folks are renting out inherited properties that they don't live in, but they're renting them out as short-term rentals, that is not what the state law is. Is that correct? That they can't use it that way?
That is correct. As a real estate agent, I know that the new law allows families to pass down their tax bases to their children, but the children only get that benefit for as long as they reside in the house as the owners. They can't, but for 75 days, maybe they could. I don't know.
And just one point of clarification, I think we did intend, and the last time we were talking to the council, we did talk about limiting the ability to rent your home as a short-term rental to those that were primary residents, but the case law now with the Lake Tahoe case precludes that because it was found that it was against it. What was it? Of the interstate commerce.
Interesting.
I thought, yeah.
Oh,
dormant.
So you have to treat those that are not primary residents or frankly out of state the same as you do those in state. So just a point of clarification.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, because I thought that we could do that. So even though we can't, I think 75 days, if your property had to stay, it seems like you wouldn't want to do a short-term rental if you could only rent it for 75 days, because you're not going to make that much. Even if you're renting a house in Corte Madera, which now monthly they are like $5,000 at least. I don't think that's worth it to most people who own a property. I think that the ordinance as written limits the growth and the scope of STRs. So, it's not multi-unit properties. It's single home, single family properties. And there was concern, some people had mentioned concern about properties being kept off the market because of this. But I think that we have more things like Prop 13 keeps them off, maybe because there's nowhere to go. The rising costs, even if you wanted to downsize, you'd pay as much for the house for a 2-bedroom house as you would for a 4-bedroom house now. So I don't think that that's a problem. I mentioned security fees. And I think that as far as the idea of neighborhood character, I think that, is character keeping someone in their home, the family of four who's been there all the time, and you're making it possible for them to rent it out when they go on vacation? Does that keep character? Does having someone who's lived there for 40 years, keeping them in their home, does that make, so there's a lot of ways to define neighborhood character. So I think, when I was elected, people ask me, how do you like being on the council? And I tell them I haven't broken anything yet. So that is my aim, is not break anything. And I don't think that this ordinance would break anything. And so I'm supporting it.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thank staff, Adam, and then I want to say Martha, because I know you guys did a lot of work on this. I also want to thank Bob. You, between, I'll say all three, you really vetted this, because when you were doing your presentation, I was writing questions, and after I wrote them, I started crossing them off because you were answering them. So you came from every different little nuance, I think, that you could think of to vet as much as you could. So I really appreciate that. I can support the ordinance moving forward. I like the cap of 75 days because I think it does limit it. I would make a suggestion that from the get-go, we get aggressive with enforcement, that we don't take a lackadaisical approach. And that's from the get-go. This way, we're setting the tone as a town that this is the ordinance, these are the rules and the requirements. And if you don't want to abide by them, then you're not going to do short-term rental. I just think we need to get aggressive on that from the get-go and set the tone. I would suggest that, Adam, maybe you come back in February and maybe just under your town manager's report, you just give us a short and dirty update on maybe numbers and how the process is working. I think we start to see that there's way too many. I think we need to know that ahead of time. I know we only have 30 or 40 now, but if you come back to us saying, hey, we got applications for like 100 or 150, I know we have to let it run out the year, but at least we have a head start on that. And then the other thing I would suggest is when we look at a third party to monitor all this, I know we always think of Airbnb, VRBO, we think of the big name ones. I don't know if there's like a secondary underlying market that are kind of like that run under the radar screen that would be doing this kind of work that we're not going to pick up on. So I would just suggest make sure you vet with a third party contractor that they're covering as much as they can and we're covering as much as we can. But other than that, again, I can support it. Thanks.
Well, so I have a few statements. So I think this ordinance is about accountability to both the homeowner and the people that rent it, and accountability to the neighborhood. I think there's effective barriers to ensure responsible rental. I think it deals with health and safety checks that we had concerns about. I think it gives a fair and differentiated offering. It's not taking from the hotels. It's adding to potentially new sources of TOT tax, and monitoring and supplement and business licensing help with the enforcement. I think really what we're talking about is not a free market or a closed market, but an open market approach to the way that we'd like to regulate this. And the fear is because most of these Apple apps or kind of shared systems are more of a free market approach usually. And so they have very limited barriers to access, which then basically brings down some of those things that I mentioned before, right? And so the town is ensuring that in that open market there's a fairness and the things that the community cares about. I don't believe that it'll be profitable enough to be an investment grade, so I think it'll really fill in nicely for seasonal vacationers or that are visiting family and for families, which is what I've seen most of. The rentals in adjacent communities. My family has benefited from that in particular. So to your point. So the only other one is I've heard this, I think so even if it is 150, if there's no problems, what's the problem? And why do we feel the need to preemptively regulate or anticipate problems? It's not in the quantity, it's in the anticipation that the quantity will, in the outcome, have more issues, right? And so I just want to be clear that that's the larger picture with that is, if we have 30 and there's a lot of complaints, we should address it, right? If there's 150 and no complaints, why should we address it, right? And in general, everybody just has an apprehension that if it causes any kind of problems, we should deal with it, right? Which is good. But, just I wanted to share that because it's just a reflection I had on it. So, with that, if there's any other comment, otherwise, can we make a motion? Because I can definitely support it as well.
I'm happy to move that we introduce an ordinance to amend the Corte Madera Municipal Code, including the addition of a new chapter 5.34 short-term rental licensing program and revision to sections 3.08.020 and 3.08.030 transient occupancy tax, chapter 18.04 zoning commissions, and section 18.08.020 permitted conditional uses in residential districts.
And I'll second it.
Councilmember Casissa, Councilmember Avazio,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beckman,
Yes.
and Mayor Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, so that closes our public hearings, and now we'll move to business items. Business item 6A is a presentation conducted by consultant Mac 5 and staff on the process for developing the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks,
A little bit
Bob.
of we're doing a little bit of a changeover. This is another item that I just wanted to tee up a little bit, not as much as the last one, but just it's always very gratifying to sort of get to this point in the process, and we're really excited to sort of walk you through this Park and Rec Master Plan, which actually has its origins, I think, back in 2020. So a long time coming. And a lot of work went into this. Do want to recognize Mac 5, David, Alyssa, and sorry, is there anybody else on the, I'm not sure. Barbara's on the call. Oh, you're on the call. And Barbara here as well. Our consultants. Tim also has taken this over sort of midstream, obviously with Ashley sort of kicking this off and then moving on. Tim has sort of picked this up and run with it. And then I would be remiss if I did not recognize the great work also of Rebecca Vaughn, who's just been that continuity from beginning now to this point in the process. So thank you, Rebecca, and to everybody involved. And importantly, I don't want to forget our Park and Rec Commission, who's seen this several times and done great work again, like our Planning Commission did on the last item. So just a lot of effort and still a lot to talk about and discuss. And we're looking forward to hearing your comments and questions.
All right, thank you. Let me share my screen real quick. So let's go from the beginning. All right, good evening, Mayor Lee and Council. As Adam said, this is been a process. As I did in the commission, I kind of fit as a relay race. We kind of started back in 2020 and kind of have gotten where we are tonight. I'm going to do a quick kind of synopsis of where we've been and then have the consultants kind of give a discussion on what we haven't presented yet to council so we can kind of understand where we're going tonight. Again, this is a 2-meeting process. We'll start with kind of a summary and then go from there. So Parks and Rec Development Master Process basically started with community needs assessment survey, kicked off with, hey, what does the community want to see? How do we get that information? Survey went out to the community, got information back. It decided to do some community engagement workshops to say, okay, here's the survey we've got, here's information. How do we engage the community to figure out what they really want in these in-person workshops and online workshops? Because we were in that whole COVID thing, which we try to forget. Mac 5 came on board and helped us with the needs analysis to kind of figure out what needs do we have in the town of Corte Madera. They went ahead and took those needs and decided to do a full inventory and assessment of all facilities that we have in town. And then kind of the next step was kind of a review and prioritization of needs assessment opportunities, which we're going to kind of discuss tonight. As Adam said, this started August 2020. Park and Rec Commission began the system-wide Parks and Rec master plan process with the Parks and Rec Department. Between March 2021 and January 2022, Parks and Rec Department collaborates with ETC Institute for implementation and analysis of a community needs assessment survey, facilitation of focus group workshops, and the facilitation of public meetings. Out of all this stuff came a ETC survey findings report and the Parks and Rec Master Plan Executive Summary. This was key because in that time we had some change in our commission. Really kind of the new commission kind of took the torch and kind of took what they got from ETC to our next step, which is basically bringing on MAC 5 and RHA landscape. They have truly been a super team who have stuck with me in this as we've kind of extended this a little longer than I think we thought, and have always been there for questions and comments. As Adam said, David Rass from Senior Project Manager for MAC 5, Barbara Lundberg from Principal of RHA Landscape, and Alyssa Gill, Project Manager for RHA Landscape. The scope of their services included facility conditions assessments, prioritization of identified needs, identification of site and building opportunities, and development of an action plan with associated cost analysis. We last saw you in April 4th, 2023, kind of phase 1 and phase 2 of the project, kind of review of updated facility condition assessment and inventory, and the prioritization of needs assessment and opportunities, kind of a check-in. We went back August of 2023. The Parks and Rec Commission reviewed and discussed the planning and implementation scenarios action plan, recommended the final draft of the facilities master plan be presented to town council. This is the one section that town council has not seen before. Tonight, we're reviewing the final draft of this master plan with an emphasis on reviewing and discussing about the proposed planning and implementation scenarios, quote, the action plan. I think it's very key that basically the consultants worked very hard with staff to come up with this action plan. They developed a set of recommendations that reflected the needs of the community and came out of the survey. In this final process, there are basically 3 main parts that we'll discuss tonight. 1, recommendations came out of this. 2, high-level planning diagrams that demonstrate potential locations for the recommendations with the town parks and recreation facilities. And 3, an action plan. The action plan determines kind of near, medium, long-term and resource allow priorities for each facility. David and Alyssa, do you want to jump in here and kind of discuss how we kind of got to this working with staff to determine where these kind of priorities fell?
Sure. Thanks, Tim. Thanks for having us here, Mayor and council members. It's a pleasure to continue to present progress and looking forward to having your comments on the draft report. But part of our presentation tonight, I want to just remind everyone the kind of intent of a master plan, because I think it's important as you evaluate the recommendations and the format and structure that's offered. A master plan is really a framework. It's not a completed design. It's not intended to be a master plan for immediate full implementation of a singular thought. It is a framework of quite a few responsive ideas that really outline our findings throughout this entire process as we came on board after the initial needs assessment was underway, and we worked with Ashley to refine those needs and prioritize them. So it's a long process that's very foundational in nature. We build upon each phase as we move forward methodically to really create a framework for short or near-term, medium-term, long-term, and as resources allow, kind of implementation. And I just want to say that most master plans that I've been involved with are of this nature for Parks and Rec, and they tend to kind of change over time as they are implemented, because you're always responding to more immediate needs, funding opportunities, new trends. I mean, we try and look out 10 years, but in 10 years, things change. You know, all the master plans done in the last 8 years probably didn't mention pickleball. It is, you know, the nature of planning that you can't just plan everything in detail. You have to set up a framework that allows you to understand everything that's known now, anticipates what we can all look forward to as needs as they're developing and arising, and forecasting. But in the end, all of the pieces of this master plan will be developed in their own time and their own fashion. And we can try and predict it with these estimates of timeline, and we can develop the Parks and Rec plans that demonstrate our thoughts and what we feel are appropriate locations at the time for various program elements that might be added to your system. But every step of the way, you do have to do a process of evaluating the original intent, any circumstances that have arisen since, and go through a detailed design process before implementation. That said, we offer all sorts of levels of discussion and ideas, everything from very near-term deficiency items where aspects of the parks or buildings are just underperforming right now and need to be addressed in the near term, with as a high priority, and that often that can be done with maintenance or CIP projects. But some of these elements are likely to be bundled into large project scopes, and we would encourage you to, as you're moving forward with any large project, use this as a tool. Use this as a means of going back and reflecting on what was that initial intent? Why were we doing what we're proposing? And then evaluating the specific scope to move a project forward into a design phase that really does add all the detail necessary for construction documents and for bidding and for construction. And so, again, I just want to remind everyone, this is a framework. This is not a finished product. This is a tool for your community and your leadership and your staff to implement elements of this master plan over time as the community and the city is able to do so. With that, I want to turn it over to Alyssa for a little bit more detailed discussion about how they look at these near and medium term and long-term priorities, how they establish them. And then we'll walk through a couple of parks to demonstrate how this process results in an action plan, so you can hopefully understand better how it applies to all of the parks in the master plan. Thanks. Alyssa?
Great. Thank you, David. And hi, everyone. Thank you for having us.
Before you get started, I just wanted to remind council and staff that this was the introduction portion. So if we're going to go into discussion of parks, we need to make sure that we stay on the agenda. And we were going to divide it up into Cove and all other parks. So we want to be careful to stay close to that.
We'll break it after this brief piece here.
Thank you.
As we roll into that, and we'll let you guide us.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you, Rebecca. So as David mentioned, we have broken up the action plan into 4 distinct categories. And so these are the standard categories that we use when we conduct these master planning processes. And it's really just a way of measuring, what are our highest priorities versus what are our grander ideas that we would love to see implemented in the future, but aren't necessarily the most feasible given the amount of time that we currently have and the budget that we currently have, or that the town in question would have. And so starting off, we have our near-term category. This is what we describe as a first priority project. So this can immediately address some of the prioritization criteria that we've discussed in previous phases. As a reminder, this can include addressing a deficiency that we identified early on in this process, or meeting a need that was expressed in the previously conducted outreach efforts. So if there's a specific call that the community is really asking for, this is potentially a great place to implement it. These are recommendations that we typically see as potentially achievable within the next 5 years. With the near-term category, you may also see a few items that are marked ongoing maintenance. We group this specifically with the near-term category because we want we understand that this is something that we're paying attention to, and that's coming along very quickly. Next, we have the medium-term category. These are what we call our second priority projects. So these are potentially achievable within the next 5 to 10 years. And we understand that these will bring a benefit to the community. However, their need is not necessarily as immediate as the nearer term projects. And this could be in terms of addressing any deficiencies, but also implementing any feedback that you've gotten. These, you can start to see some of the higher level ideas for the future of your Parks and Recreation facility system come in here. Next, we have our long-term priorities. We think of these as third priority, and these are potentially achievable in 10 years or more. They do not reflect as much urgency in their completion as either near-term or medium-term recommendations. And then finally, we have as resources allow. So these are achievable depending on the resources that you have. These have a tendency to be some larger ideas that we think would be nice to have, but don't necessarily address an immediate need. So in thinking about how we have these 4 categories, what our process included was based on the deficiencies assessment that we previously completed, as well as the overall inventory, and looking through the feedback that you had received through your previous community outreach efforts. We assembled our list of recommendations and broke them down by park. And in a long session with the Parks and Recreation staff, we sat down and thought about, okay, what are these priorities? What do we see? And based on our previous efforts with ranking some of the priorities that we have seen through the community, those were able to guide us through what could be a higher priority and in which park it could go. We also, and I'll talk about this a little bit more when we actually get into the parks. We also wanted to pay attention to some of the overarching themes that we saw come out of our exploration, including finding a balance between the east side of Corte Madera and the west side of Corte Madera, and making sure that there are equal amenities that we recommend within each side that's divided by Highway 101. So with that, tonight we are planning to go over 2 of our parks. For the sake of time, we're going to just highlight some of the recommendations that we have made, and I will not be going over every single recommendation. In some cases, the list of recommendations is particularly extensive, but just a note that we have provided the full final draft of all of our parks and recreation facilities recommendations. So those are available to read both for the council and for the public. And so I think now is when we can make the shift, unless we have anything else, we can go ahead and make the shift and we can talk about Cove Park.
Well, so I want to do a moment of clarification.
Absolutely.
So 6A, 6B, and 6C, will we both open it up for questioning, both at the dais and the public for each one of these items? And town attorney is saying yes. So if this is the breaking point, if there's anything related to the general presentation, any questions for staff or anything?
Yeah, just a quick question, because the word deficiencies come up a lot. Does deficiencies refer to like potential liability or compliance related issues?
Yeah, deficiencies are either conditions of deferred maintenance, any kind of degradation of materials or finishes, functionality, water intrusion, code compliance, accessibility criteria. Those are all outlined as deficiencies that really need to be addressed. And even those have their own kind of prioritization breakdown in more detail within that aspect of the report. So that whole deficiency is a category of work that's generally going to fall in near term, but likely be implemented with other improvements in many cases. So it isn't a matter of necessarily going out and just addressing deficiencies. You want to be strategic, because there's no reason to replace finishes that are going to be obsolete with the next implementation phase. So you want to be strategic about how you use it. But the deficiencies are a great tool for public works to use as they plan both their immediate maintenance projects and as they look forward to CIP projects and can strategically implement and address the deficiencies.
All right, thanks.
A question overall.
Yeah, this is for the general. We can't get into the specifics
Right,
because
right.
of different ways that we have to break it up.
So just generally, let's see, I'm talking to the guys on the screen there. Can you explain how the programming element and the facilities element of the master plan kind of goes together? Because this is obviously really focused on physical facilities, but some of the most I don't know, some of the surprising input we got was that what people really want are food trucks. So can you explain sort of how does the idea that the community wants to have food truck events relate to the facilities that plans that you've come up with? Or is this just facilities and Tim's job is to figure out the programs?
No, this is very specifically looking at ways that the facilities can meet the program needs, both in buildings and in parks, so that when the needs assessment identifies program elements that the public has placed a high priority on and is really seeking the program opportunities, we've tried through the process of prioritization and identification of available opportunities to support those with your existing infrastructure. We've tried to marry those up as best we can with the recommendations. So our recommendations are facility improvements, but specifically to accommodate the program elements that are most sought after.
Great, thank you.
Eli, any general questions? Okay, so I'm gonna close comment questions from the dais. Rebecca, did you have a moment of clarification?
Thank you, Fairley. Not a clarification. I was just hoping I could indulge you with a few more words of gratitude that I would have wanted to add in the beginning, but I didn't.
Please.
But I also wanted to add my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to the consultants, David and Barbara and Alyssa. You've all been wonderful to work with over the past year and so helpful and collaborative in this process, which spanned numerous committee meetings, commission meetings, council meetings. And you were also so very accommodating to all of us as we experienced delays due to circumstances that were largely beyond our own control, as well as unforeseen changes in staffing. And yes, David is correct. It's been a long process, but the consultants and staff were extremely thorough and strategic and methodical every step of the way, creating a document we can all be proud of. And now I get to possibly embarrass Tim a little, but Tim has done an outstanding job as your acting Parks and Recreation Director, shepherding this to a conclusion. When he became acting director this spring, he really had to jump in with both feet to quickly get up to speed on the many intricacies of this planning process. And he really has worked tirelessly with all of our stakeholders and staff to ensure that all voices were heard and included in this process. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the work of the consultants, and I'm proud of this document. And I look forward to Tim getting to collaborate with council priorities to get to work and start tackling the items in this plan you're about to review tonight. So thank you for allowing me.
Thank you for that, Rebecca. I guess, thank you, Tim. It's now open for public comment. If anyone wanted to make public comment on the general presentation and the overall master plan, now would be the time. Seeing none in the public, is there anyone online in the public?
We do not have any hands raised from our 9 attendees, and no public comment was received for the presentation part of this item.
Yeah, for the general, right? But
Correct.
yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll bring it back here. Does anyone want to make comment on the general concept of the master plan at this time? Please.
Well, just to say that it's very well organized, and it was very enlightening to read it. So, I walked away with a feeling like I kind of know where we're headed. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to, actually, this got started back in 2019 when it was established as a goal for the Park and Rec. So it's been a long 4-year haul, or 4 or 5 years. It's been a long haul, but I think the process was really well vetted. I also want to thank, though, Louise Brown and Eileen Phipps, and also Pat. I think they were on the initial committee to kind of get this thing up and running. And I think also Alden, who kind of took over chair Park and Rec Commission, and kept the process moving. So I appreciate all that. I think also, she's not here, she's gone, but still with us in spirit, is thank Ashley, is I think she slowed down the process a little to have MAC 5 come in and look at the facilities, because I think that's the key to this master plan. And of course, thank staff also, but I just want to get that out there. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So with that, we'll close comment on the dice, and we're going to move to item 6B. This is the review of the proposed park and recreation master plan specific to the Cove Park and provide direction to the staff as appropriate. Would any of the council like to speak to that?
Yeah, so I believe Councilmember Thomas and I are going to recuse ourselves. We both live close to Cove Park, and so we have a financial interest in real property near the something. So we're conflict of interest. We're going to recuse.
All right. Thank you, Eli. Thank you. Okay. All right. And so with that, is there a report?
I was going to say leave or can I start? Okay, I want to make sure I don't get in trouble. Amy, sorry. All right. So thank you again. This is step 2 of our process. Really the focus tonight is really to review the planning implementation scenarios from this action plan and associated classifications. Really, we're looking for direction from council right now to both staff and the consultants, specifically in the action plan for Cove Park. We understand this is kind of a workshop where we're going to take some input and suggestions and then come back hopefully with a final document in November 7th for final approval. I think I just want to say that I'm not going to read the whole background, but really for me, I want this not to be a dust collector. I want this to be something where we're going to use. It's a document that's working that really put a lot of, like Fred said, almost 5 years into this to get to here. Let's make a document that we actually can use going forward to plan and to budget properly for CIPs and going forward for the recreation facilities that need to be updated in Corte Madera. Do I review all this again? I feel like I'm repeating myself. I think what I'll say is that the consultants did a very good job, and they'll speak in a second, of really taking all those documents that before that they inherited to incorporate into this master plan. I think they really had to do a deep dive in everything that they inherited and they've received and to produce what they've done. We went to commission on the 28th to kind of bring this final draft back to them for Cove Park. They had one small suggestion of kind of a prioritization and a kind of layout that made more simple. So I think Eldon flipped back 4th 7 times. Like, can you just do this and make it easier for council? So we brought that back. They were in support of it, but we made that small change. And that's kind of where we are here today. I think right now I would like to have Barbara and David kind of go through Cove Park and kind of what we did from step 1 to where we are now, and then kind of ask the questions as we go along for the Cove Park facility.
Good, and I can turn this right over to Alyssa, because I think in general, MAC 5 was really representing the interests of the built facilities as well as taking the lead on the process. But RHAA as landscape architects have really taken the lead on the development of the recommendations for parks. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Alyssa to walk you through the Cove Park presentation.
Great, thank you, David, and thank you, Tim, for introducing. If you can skip to the next slide, I'll show you that. I'll show the council members that this is just our introduction to this specific phase of the master plan. So this is our final phase where we combine our recommendations with high-level diagrams, as well as incorporate our action plan. Together, we're calling them the planning and implementation scenarios, but each has these sort of separate 3 components to it. And so the recommendations, these are all of the actions that we recommend you explore for further potential implementation. The high-level planning diagrams, as Tim previously mentioned, these are more theoretical. They're created to demonstrate the potential for given locations within a park for some of the recommendations that we have given. It's really important to note that these are not full designs. These are not prescriptive. Rather, these are just a cue into what is possible. And then finally, for the action plan, we assign a priority and high-level feasibility and timeline to the provided recommendations, as well as provide a associated cost with these. And it's important to note that, as has already been mentioned, that The costs that we provide are very reflective of this specific process, but with further planning, further design, and further community input, you're likely to see changes when you implement any of these recommendations. So you can go ahead. I do want to also show, we have, for our recommendations, they are categorized into 4 separate categories. The first is existing amenities. And so these are just existing park and facility elements that we found relevant to the analysis. Second is addressing deficiencies. So these are recommendations that address previously identified deficiencies of existing conditions, as well as addressing code and ADA compliance. These have previously been provided during the Parks and Recreation inventory and analysis phase. Then we have proposed amenities. And so these are recommendations that they support new recreation amenities. Sometimes they are new programming, sometimes they are more infrastructural, but these are really just reflective of the needs that we have seen throughout our inventory and assessment, as also that we have pulled from your previously completed outreach work. And then finally, we do have some policy recommendations. So these are recommendations for policies and programs that support the town's delivery of parks and recreation services. These are often outlined in the town's policy documents. So we go back to the town of Corte Madera's general plan, as well as several other policy documents. And that's really where we've pulled some of the policies that we present to you. I do want to note in terms of policy that policies are not assigned a specific timeline. However, we did feel it's important to include them as part of this document. If you'll go to the next slide, please. Here we go through again the recommendation types. I'm sorry.
I think we're trying to focus in on Cove, if just understanding that we have 2 council members that are recused at the moment. So I know you're trying to give the context. And we're gonna have to repeat this, I think.
Right, you are. Thank you, Adam. Then let's go ahead and just go through Cove. So if you'll go to the next slide, thank you, Tim. So as we previously mentioned, so this is the existing aerial of the park, as well as a preliminary list of the recommendations that we have here. If you go to the next slide, this is our high-level diagram, just remembering it's showing potential locations for some of the recommendations that we have. And then finally, on this last page, you're going to see our action plan. This shows the recommendation that we have provided, as well as the type, the timeline, which is one of the 4 categories that we previously described, as well as a total associated cost with it. In the interest of time, I'm only going to go over a few of the Cove recommendations. As I mentioned earlier, the full list of recommendations is available, and you'll often see several of the recommendations repeated throughout all of the parks for continuity, as well as addressing deficiencies. So here, one of the near-term recommendations that I wanted to point out is a rehabilitation of the athletic fields, and this includes grading, drainage, and associated maintenance. We did note this as a near-term recommendation because this is something that has had significant community call throughout this process, as well as in the documentation and outreach that you provided. An additional near-term recommendation is to include Cove Park parking lot in the 2023 parking lot repairs efforts. This is something that we have noted as a deficiency that we believe will be a near-term fix for this park. In terms of the medium term, if you'll go to the next slide, please. We recommend adding a group picnic area with shade structures, including paving, structures, and site furnishings. And so this is really giving an ability to gather for the users of this park. And it's something that, you see often reflected in some of the town park facilities, but also in the interest of balancing the east and west side amenities that are available. Another medium-term recommendation is to evaluate interest in options to provide a community garden. This is something that has come up through this process and has been reflected in some of the previous outreach efforts. And then finally, one of the long-term recommendations we have is to consider adding an outdoor fitness area. And so this includes new equipment and paving. While we are not going over Town Park tonight, I do want to note that there is an identical recommendation for Town Park. So the idea is to have a matching outdoor fitness area in both parks. And then also I will point out here just the policy recommendations. You can actually see these across the board, but including upgrading the irrigation system for water efficient types of irrigation, as well as decreasing the overall amount of turf where appropriate. Any new planting can incorporate water-wise and native plants. So those are the recommendations. I'll go ahead and turn it back to you for the next, I believe, for questions.
Okay. So we can open up for questions.
Yeah, I just have a couple. Because Cove is somewhat unique, because I think we have a joint use agreement with the school district. So something where it says like improves Cove school parking lot repairs. Is that on us or is that on Cove, or Adam, do you know?
I don't know offhand. I don't know on the joint use agreements. You're talking about the parking lot adjacent to Paradise?
I don't know, because this just says parking lot, so I'm not sure which parking lot it's talking about.
Okay.
I'm just using that for an example.
Yeah, I think we have the ability, if it's anywhere similar to Granada, we have the ability to make improvements. There's a notification provision to the school district, right? Those are generally the term of those agreements right now. Do we know what they are? Around 5 years? Okay, we'll say around 5 years. We know the Reed Union School Districts is 5 years, so I'm not sure what the Larkspur Corte Madera School District is right now.
Okay, so we'd be on hook for all these improvements then? It wouldn't be like.
Oh, in terms of actually.
She's shaking her head, sorry.
Yeah, if it does not align with the actual school district's proposed facilities plan, we're gonna be on the hook for doing these. Yes.
Okay. And then one other thing along those, it ties back to the agreement, because I think in the Reed School District agreement, if I can remember, it said something like, well, if we do facilities improvement, it's almost like if we get out of that agreement within a year term, it's almost like a prorated basis that they would have to pay us back for those facilities, for what we do the improvements on. Is that the same way with that school district, or do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. All right, thanks.
So just a couple of questions, actually one major question. So overall, first of all, there's so much information here, and I really appreciate the way we drilled down on the parks and the facilities and really got into the weeds, if you will. But what I want to make sure of is that this overall plan for either Cove or any of the other parks isn't authorizing any actual, I mean, other than fixing deficiencies. It seems to me like, for instance, even the picnic area that is proposed for Cove Park, it seems to me that while I know it's in the master plan, it still needs to be vetted through Parks and Rec with the people who live around Cove Park. And I just want to make sure that we're not overreaching here and prescribing any actions or any work that isn't going to come back around to Parks and Rec and possibly even to the council as part of our 2024 work plan. Just want to make sure we're not just saying, okay, go do it.
Yeah, as David said, nothing of this is set in stone. There's no design survey or anything. It's going to come back to that process in working with RJ and Public Works, and then working with the Parks and Rec Commission to see what projects, a lot based on funding, can we accomplish in what year. So none of this is set in stone. This is just, hey, out of the survey, people really like this. You could stick this in this park, but nothing set in stone.
So this will be part of the 2024 strategic work plan process to figure out what exactly we're going to do or not.
Yes, it's a future conversation because it's tied to funding.
Right.
Exactly what's available. So certainly that's a upcoming conversation, not too far in the future, to start to actually figure out an implementation plan essentially for these different parks, including
Great.
the Cove.
That was the only reassurance I wanted. The amount of work here is really impressive, and it's a lot to wrap your mind around, all the details. So
Thanks. Just to clarify on what you just said. So part of the process is, I'll just go down this direction. So for Cove, we sit here saying, fine, we're fine with Cove. I know we go through another meeting. It goes back to Park and Rec. Then I want to say next year sometime, Park and Rec comes back to us and says, based upon conversations with RJ, based upon funding, potential funding sources, this is what they're recommending for this fiscal year. I'm trying to get an idea of the flow in the process. Yeah, the same questions are going to come up during the master plan.
Yeah, I think it would be best to just reserve your questions and comments related to Cove Park, because I think these general questions are things that we should have all council present for.
Okay. I have a few more, but I'll save them for master.
Will the overall turf reduction policy be in the larger master plan presentation as well?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Then I have no questions. Okay, so with that, I'll close questioning at the dice and open it up to public comment. If there's anyone that would like to make public comment specifically to the Cove Master Plan and priorities presented, please step up. Seeing none in the public, is there anyone online?
We do not have emailed public specific for Cove from via email or from attendees on Zoom.
Okay, so with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back. Is there any comments specific to Cove?
Tim, you might bring up the graphic, just it helps people kind of think out loud. You could go back a couple slides.
This one, David, or the one before?
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I great. I'm fine with this. I just want to add, that's a very impacted park. I see it used every day. Whether it's scheduled and activities or just the public there in all places in it. So I think, prior to, I saw a lot of near-term things that are going to fix and improve it, really tangible improvements. So I really like the approach and what I was seeing in general related to the Cove. Yes, Amy.
I took a look at the joint use agreement, and it basically, both the town and the district have obligations to clean the facility and return facilities in the condition they were. Basically, the responsibility for maintenance, repair, or renovation of jointly used facilities is the town's responsibility on the town's property and districts on district property. So capital improvements aren't really addressed in this agreement. So I would suspect that, that would be further discussions as this moves forward.
Okay.
There's ongoing discussions continually with the school district about the parks in general and specific to Cove, correct? Like there are mechanisms to really make sure that we're aligned and working in tandem and not going to really go off script in either direction between those two.
Okay.
So, that's kind of a question to staff, but they're all shaking their heads. So yeah, sure.
So, yes, I did some work on the community gardens plan up there in the corner. It's nice to see that it survived. And while we were there, and this is just shows the concern I had before, there were a lot of people with dogs that run their dogs right around in the area where I think is that bocce courts and the picnic area. And like I said, I think they want that open space to run their dogs. So I see, even though these look like improvements to most of us, to people who are trying to keep their dogs out of the field, but still have their dogs have a place to run. And no, thank you. They said they don't want a dog park. I think they would regret losing that nice green open space for a picnic area. I mean, there's already a pavilion covered picnic area that's right there next to the volleyball court. So I'm just, I just think overall, like I said before, I don't have any problems with these things, but I think that some of the people who live in the area might. And I just want to, just know that we're going to actually go back and revisit the particulars before we start making decisions.
I think staff might want to.
Yes, thank you. Mayor Lee, Councilmember Ravazio. Yes, as we noted in our presentation, all of these potential projects would, as they get pulled, from the plan list to possible work plan items, they would need to be brought back to the community for further discussion and workshops before we even engage in a project process.
Okay,
So
and
it would
I'll
be
stop
fully
asking
vetted.
the same question over and over again. Sorry.
Okay, so with that, we've reviewed the item. Is there any direction to staff currently related to the Cove? Other than to make sure that we've vet the program before we actually move forward with implementation, which is a given. Okay. So that I'll close item 6B and we can invite the council members back in, please.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So with that, we've closed item 6B and we'll open item 6C, which is the review of the proposed Parks and Recreation Master Plan for all parks and recreation facilities, excluding Cove Park, and provide direction to staff as appropriate.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen real quick. Yeah, I'll repeat some of what I said earlier, but again, so focus right now is basically reviewing the planning implementation of scenarios and action plan. We're asking basically council to give staff some direction and consultants some direction on any requested changes you see here in these scenarios or note in the action plan. We realize this was a kind of a workshop, a 2-meeting process where we're going to kind of vet a lot of the stuff here and hopefully come back in November 7th to kind of finally adopt the master plan. As I said earlier, and acknowledging one more last time, is that we have put a lot of work in and I want this to be a document we are going to use. I don't want to be the dust collector on the shelves. I want the work that staff has done for the last 5 years to be implemented in our planning and our process going forward for park and rec facilities going forward. Do I repeat all that again, or I guess I mean, somebody I would say is that the consultants really did a very good job of taking those previous documents, those previous surveys, and taking all that data and putting in this master plan. It is a very detailed document. For me, selfishly coming on board, it took a lot to understand it, but I think I will understand and explain it. And it's a beautiful document that I think we need to use. And I think that, like I said before, the work that's been put in is valuable and needs to be used going forward. One of the things we brought to commission in August, they approved the document. They had one little tweak about laying out priorities and the facilities was easier to kind of flip through, which we kind of made that tweak and made that change. And then we're back here to kind of discuss, we're going to go through Menke Park, kind of what steps we went through. And then we use that same process for every facility overall, but we're going to kind of stick with Menke right now to talk about how we went and the process we used. So Alyssa, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you, Tim. And I'll try to edit myself from so I'm not repeating myself too much. But if you can skip to the next page, I will repeat that this whole overall section, it's our planning and implementation scenarios. So this includes 3 subsections, and it's comprised of our recommendations, which are actions that we recommend you explore further for potential implementation. Our high-level planning diagrams, which are meant to be theoretical. They're created to demonstrate potential, but they are not full designs. They are not prescriptive. Anything that you see is only to demonstrate potential. And the idea is to take this idea to discuss it and send it out to a larger solicit community input on it if you're going to be undertaking it. And then finally, our third subcategory is the action plan. And this assigns priority and high-level feasibility and timeline to the provided recommendations. The action plan categories are what we previously reviewed in terms of near-term, medium-term, long-term, and as resources allow categories. One thing that this action plan also provides is an associated cost, but I believe we touched upon the fact that this is a cost that's very reflective of what you see written in the recommendations. They are a little bit more detailed because we want you to get a good sense of what's included in the cost that we provided. The cost is highly likely to change just given time, as well as any additional exploration that you take. So that's if you consider undertaking a recommendation, the process that you go through to further design and solicit community input. So in the interest of time, let's go ahead and talk about Menke Park. What I'm going to do is not read through every single recommendation that we have, but rather point out a few of the recommendations that we've given. You'll see here, and every park that we have in this master plan document has this. The first page is going to be an existing aerial, so you can get a sense of what the park looks like currently, as well as a list of the recommendations that we've included. The next page is our high-level planning diagram. And once again, while it is easy to see some of these recommendations put into the plan, there's a very good sense that when it comes to design, it'll change. This is really about possibility. And then finally, you have the action plan, which shows the recommendation that we have given, the type of recommendation it is, the associated timeline, and the associated total cost that we're providing. And so I want to point out Menke Park is special in the overall master plan because one of the documents that we had been given at the beginning of this process is a previously presented Menke Park revitalization plan. And so you'll see both in the action plan here, as well as the initial list of recommendations, there are several recommendations that have asterisks. And these are just to point out which recommendations we have that overlap with the previously presented plan. So I'll go over a few of the near-term and medium-term recommendations that we have. The first near-term recommendation is to continue to pursue plans to upgrade the park and ensuring that all accessibility codes are met. And so this overall recommendation does encompass a few of the others that we've given. That includes redesigning pathways to comply with ADA standards, which also addresses a deficiency. Another near-term recommendation we have is to provide ADA compliant parking for events if the parking lot is blocked off to accommodate a higher visitor capacity. So throughout this process, we've had conversations with the staff about how the park is typically used, and in our understanding of blocking off this the road for special events, we do want to make sure that you're continuing to provide ADA compliant parking. If you can go to the next slide, please. And again, great, thank you. A medium-term recommendation we have is to consider expanding the plaza space, including adjusting parking spaces to accommodate expanded space and create a one-way traffic flow. So this is a good example of, this is sort of a higher level idea of, this is a potential that you could use to expand your park footprint over the course of time. Of course, this is not prescriptive, but it is an idea that we wanted to give in terms of thinking about how you use your park in the future. We assigned it medium term because it's not necessarily addressing a deficiency, and it's not necessarily the highest priority to have this conversation. Another medium-term recommendation that we have is to provide a permanent restroom. I do want to note, and we'll bring it back to the high-level planning diagram in a second, but the location that's shown on the diagram is not tied to existing plumbing. And so, as with all of our other recommendations, further design review is necessary. And then I also wanted to point out, as you'll see in all of the parks, we do offer our policy recommendations, and a lot of these are similar for all of the parks, including upgrading the irrigation system for water efficient types of irrigation where appropriate, as well as decreasing the overall amount of turf where appropriate, and incorporating new planting if you're going to use new planting, to incorporate water-wise and native plants. So I'll go ahead and, Tim, if you can go back to the high-level planning diagram, we can go ahead and open it up for questions.
Just a moment of clarity. Are we going to go over any of the other, like the main town park separately? And are you looking just for questions from the council and then to move forward, or is each time are we going to have to open this up to the public. So just, yeah.
Yeah, you can do that. I think out of for efficiency purposes, this was the example of what was included in the master plan.
But we're not going to
But
review
not
the
gonna
entire
review
master
each,
plan.
unless there was questions or unless the council would.
No,
like
I
us
just,
to.
just
Yeah.
so this is where the presentation is done,
Yes,
right?
correct.
Okay. All right. So with that, is there any questions?
Well, the big one that comes up right now is I saw this is a two meeting discussion. So what are you hoping to accomplish tonight versus what would you hope to accomplish next meeting? And how does that work?
I mean, I think we're looking for direction of any changes or things that need to be modified, and then have a completed document for you to approve at the next meeting. So basically, in this process are things that we missed or are omitted, and then what do we need to change so that when it comes back to you again, it's a document ready to be approved, not just for Menke Park, but any other park besides Cove.
Yeah, I think the intent was to try and use these two parks as sort of examples of how the document works, and so that you, in reviewing the document, can look at the other parks and get a better sense of what the intent of the diagram is and how the recommendations are tracked from the initial summary page through the diagrammatic level analysis and then into the action plan. So ideally that you'll be able to do more of a self-guided review of the entire document. And you can come back with any questions that come out of that at the next meeting as well.
Sure. Yeah, it's open questions.
So, just for questions, for example, you mentioned upgrading the irrigation and so forth, but one of the things we ran into at Menke Park this weekend was a serious need for upgraded electrical. Is that in the plans? We couldn't run the pretzel machine and the ice cream thing at the same time. So is that an example of something that's in the plan to help facilitate these community gatherings and food trucks and music events?
In terms of specific recommendations, I know we have at least one for lighting, but I think to add a recommendation about upgraded electrical, it would be easy to do.
Awesome. So now can I give you my other 100 points of things I'd like to see? No, I'm kidding. Oh, wait, we have
Please.
some questions. I guess I'll just wait for comments.
Cool. Look forward to that list. No questions. Okay.
You have a couple. How do you handle, I want to call it economic at scale? In other words, like if all parks need new signage, how's that going to be handled? Because you're not going to do a piecemeal, right?
I would assume we'd some type of uniformity, yes, depending on what the price would be I'll change all signage, yes, at the same time.
Okay, and the same thing with like the memorial benches, same thing where you just probably implement a program, pick sites. I'm just trying to pick off the lower bearing fruit. And again, I call it economics at scale, where it may not be geared towards one park, but it's more universal across all parks.
Yes, our memorial bench program will need to be revamped and work with Public Works on that for all parks, yes.
Okay. And then I asked this question before. What's the process after we get this approved? Does it go back to Park and Rec? Do they come back to us with recommendations using RJ as a sounding board as far as funding and all that? And I'm not to the design part. I'm just wondering again, the process.
Yeah, I'll speak generally to it. I mean, I think there's still some work to be done among staff about how best we think we're going to be able to facilitate those various different conversations. But I would note, so there's a couple of things right now. We have obviously in the current fiscal year budget, we have the funding for the town park bathroom. So that's going to be developed as a significant new amenity to town park in the spring, I think late spring this year. We also, the council also budgeted for basically $400,000, I think it was, for this fiscal year. There's a couple of options there. I think there could be a discussion more directly as recommendations from staff about addressing deficiencies in this fiscal year. Otherwise, if we're going to be talking about actual putting that money towards specific improvements or projects, then that's going to be a longer conversation and concept that I think we would like to use Park and Rec Commission and others for that conversation about how we go about specific improvements. Then I think going forward, and this is if we have the yearly cycle that we have had this year, I think there's some conversations about how, we have to essentially start talking about the budget process for fiscal year 24-25 in starting with the strategic planning sessions, but then also through in conversation with developing the CIP budget. That becomes a conversation with Public Works. And then we, at that point, we can come back and have a conversation with essentially council and Park and Rec Commission about what is reasonably available to go ahead and budget for which projects that next fiscal year. So there, it's not defined. I will say that's sort of the intended process, but certainly there's some definition that needs to get put on that in terms of exactly how that plays out. But happy to hear from the council too about expectations and process as well there.
Okay, thanks. And one thing which I'll ask RJ, because he's senior, you got money from TAM, right, for bike racks? Like you remember permanent bike racks? I'm sorry, I don't mean to put him on the spot, but I think I saw bike racks in here.
I believe we got, it was from the Air District, roughly $50,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
is one of the permanent ones in Nikki Park or Gene? I don't want to put you on, it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a handful of locations, but Minky was on it. Even though there are some there, we thought there was enough bike traffic to warrant a second one.
Okay.
And while RJ's on the mic there, I do want to sort of also, we didn't mention this earlier, but RJ was involved in a lot of this process as well as we got into sort of the some of the recommendations from the consultants. And I think that's, obviously a resource we needed to plug into this entire conversation was some of the details about recommendations and overall sort of deficiencies that are in each of these parks as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to steal any thunder here, but because the team's been doing a lot of work, and I've kind of been attending meetings here and there just to kind of give my thoughts. But I think in general, anytime you start a master plan or develop a master plan, you have, you're looking at so many different things, and you're gonna have some things that, as you go along, you're unsure, like you still need to have those more vetted publicly. And then there's other things that are gonna, rise to the top and kind of be like areas of emphasis. So I think the team will probably get to that. And I think maybe as part of the next discussion can maybe target some of those items. But I think one of them is deficiencies. I mean, for things that either out of compliance or that need to get upgraded to, resolve risks to the town, those should be, front and foremost and not delay too much on, waiting for all the public vetting and stuff. So, but yeah, I'll refer to the rest of the team and answer any questions you have.
Thanks.
Yeah, please.
I thought of a question. Fred reminded me of something. So the memorial bench program, I see that there's a budget of $12,000 for it, but are those, would individuals be buying those benches or plaquing them or something? I'm just wondering what the $12,000 is.
So from what I know, the Memorial Bench program, there were several options. You could have a new bench placed somewhere for a certain fee. You could have a bench that was in existence with a plaque attached to it. That program kind of stopped pre-COVID. Is that about right? I think the cost would be if you had to put a brand new bench somewhere, what it would cost to be put in there. That number seems a little high. RJ, maybe you can tell me what it was. I think it was around 5 last time to put a brand new bench, depending on if cement had been poured or staff time to put it in to buy the bench and everything else. But I'll ask consultants where they got that $12,000. Seemed a little high.
Okay, thanks.
To jump in here, in some cases where you do see a higher number for memorial benches, it's when multiple benches are being considered. So that's a note to us to make sure that it's clear in the final document.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, to that point, that's not the actual program, right? So you would be now analyzing the fee. Would that be per, or would that be a flat fee across the board, and we'd already have identified sites?
That would be correct. We would do a program of identified sites for bench. New benches could go in, working with Public Works to figure out where it makes the most sense. And then having that fee associated with it. Excuse me.
Okay, so that would cost us staff time to enable that program.
Correct.
So maybe that's what the cost is, or something like that, right? But then the individual cost is actually a net wash or a net inflow, right? So. Yeah, you have another question?
Yeah, sorry, RJ, you're here. I know we got a lot of comments on the turf, the fields in Town Park.
Yep.
Can you just talk about those? In the master plan, are those near-term, long-term, short-term? And I apologize, I can't remember, because Pat's right, there's a ton of information in here. It's like information overload.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that one up. I mean, so that is, we heard back in June or July, that is a priority that we should, definitely invest more than we have historically in. And Public Works has already done that, with the guidance from council over the last, 6 to 9 months. We have ideas on how to, make a lot of additional upgrades on the fields with smaller amounts of money. But as we go to like your more full scale regrading and, then that's a much bigger project, $1 million+ I forget what exactly it is. So, but that is something that we would want direction soon, because if we do want to implement those improvements, so they are in effect for the next season of sports, we really got to start in November or shortly after. That's usually when the fields rest. That's our opportunity to do those upgrades. So, yeah, that's something that I definitely want to. I think we're definitely going to huddle and discuss more, but, for, $100,000 or less, we can do some other things to address those really bad areas that we brought up in June, July.
Okay, but that's a short term, right? It won't really.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it won't really solve that. I'm sorry. It's a Band-Aid effect, right?
Yeah. Repainting a car, I guess looks nice and it actually plays nicer because the turf is actually higher quality,
Right.
but you're not going to get rid of the ups and downs. So it's, that's where we got to weigh the advantages on that.
Okay, and Tim, do you remember, I don't know if you're looking up the cost.
So it's in here twice. So once it's in rehabilitation of the East Athletic Fields, it's a near term at about a little over $1 million. And then in the West Fields, rehabilitation and grading is about $866,000. And then rehabilitation of the softball athletic field, which is the softball baseball field, is about $822,000.
So we're just looking at the soccer fields, we're looking at about 2 million plus I'm rounding up about 2 million or so.
Yeah. Recall off memory when we did some analysis about, those dig out areas and bring in a contractor, around November last year, that quote was around 80 grand. So that's just a general idea of what it could cost to improve them beyond what we've done in the last 9 months, but not at a much larger cost. So.
Okay, and then there's ongoing maintenance also. If we did 2 million, there's also ongoing maintenance.
Yeah, and that's goes back to the prior discussion. I mean, we've already ramped up maintenance. We're holding it at that level. Obviously, we want more feedback on whether that higher level is still enough or not. But yeah, we've been seeding and fertilizing the bad spots on a weekly basis. We've been aerating almost every other month. So, 5 times the effort than we were doing previous years. And cutting grass twice a week, which is
Okay.
another so.
If you go do the full revamp with all the money, will the maintenance cost be less with the time and all that?
Probably not.
Probably not.
But I will say, I think, doing the lesser investment for the say next season in the, let's just assume 80K range. By the time you actually get the designs together, get the contract lined up, it'll probably take a couple years. And plus, if we have to have a lot more public engagement about it, then add on more time. That money won't go to waste. You'll get the benefits of it, I would think.
RJ, just to follow up on that, you'd done a little research, right? Tiburon and Mill Valley, it was about $2.5 million for 2 soccer fields, both in Mill Valley and in the Tiburon, and they were already at some degree of grading. That was probably.
Yeah, I think the consultant team actually used that in some of their estimates. So I don't want to, I don't have that specific knowledge, but
okay,
it's definitely not.
It's in range to some of our near peer townships. So okay. Do you have any more questions? Yeah. So also on that policy discussion about turf, I haven't brought it up before, but I think that there was recent legislation that passed at the state level related to turf and watering and removal of non-essential turf related to the park, right? Do we have an understanding how it would actually, because now we have this state law that mandates it, right? We also, this policy said we should be looking at it. Is that something, do we know when that implementation happens? Is that like, I'll give an example, like the kind of median area that isn't really a sports or a play area or any kind of like, it's just kind of in between the parking lot and the road, right? Like, are those actually considered still part of the park and therefore, right? Like at a state level, not only it's our own policy decision.
Right. And I think we haven't done the evaluation. I think the high level, my understanding of the high level state law was about ornamental lawns that are not actually utilized or walked on. I think is how it was actually discussed. But again, that we need to do further and dig into that.
So that might be
a little bit more. But until we do that, we'll have to.
But some of the concepts did identify some areas for zero scape or reduced turf.
Right, and there's a budget already assigned to it because I feel like if we get better clarification about that and it flags a larger reduction of turf, then
there's a lot of synergies here too. I think we're also working with the Cal Recycle and SB 1383 on using mulch to where we can in our medians. We have a little composting requirement of using a certain tonnage on a yearly basis. So, those things are can have an interplay to actually accomplish that with like little cost.
So within the current programs and policies that we see in the master plan, is that identified as something that we can kind of check off the box, or is that something that we would want to modify for the second reading that might help clarify that?
I think you would, if it's not in there, identify a follow-up analysis to really spend the time, right? So not program the money to implement, but program the money to further study, where to remove ornamental turf.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that would generally fall under detailed design for each specific park. So the master plan outlines the concept, but doesn't provide the actual location until a design phase actually studies it and
to your point, David, but I wouldn't think that it would be per park. I think that needs to be a comprehensive town review of what that state level ordinance means or law now. So
yeah, no, that's a good point. It's mentioned in each park for the master plan purposes, but yeah, you're right. It should be looked at comprehensively.
Okay. All right. Did that flag any other questions? No. Okay. So I'll close questions at the dice and open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the crowd that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
We do have a hand raised online. Before I let Clark speak, I just want to say we received 51 comments via email prior to the start of this meeting. All of them are available on the website for the public to view. And I'll go ahead and let Clark begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Clark Miller. I'm a board member of the Corte Madera Football Club. On behalf of the over 1,000 local kids and families in our club, many of whom did write in letters of support today, I want to commend Parks and Recreation staff and its commission on the impressive water master planning process they ran, including extensive public outreach and thorough analysis of the community's needs, which has led to a clear and actionable master plan, which I urge you to approve at your next meeting. The master plan acknowledges that town parks east and west fields are considered deficiencies and recommends improvements be made. We fully support the master plan's recommendation to prioritize the rehabilitation, including regrading of the natural turf east and west athletic fields, which are identified as high priorities. As you may recall, our club has been working diligently with Parks and Rec staff and Public Works staff for the last year to strategize on a maintenance plan for the fields. The maintenance plan included frequent rolling of the fields, performing aeration, applying seed and fertilizer, adding topsoil where necessary, and mowing twice per week during the soccer season, as RJ just described. While there's been encouraging improvement due to RJ's and Public Works' much appreciated maintenance efforts, overall, the inherent deficiencies of the existing fields, including inappropriate sub-base soil, poor drainage, inefficient irrigation, and pervasive weed growth, means the fields will never become comparable to the other natural grass fields in our league. Furthermore, valuable town resources, both in labor and expenditures, will be spent with little to show for it. For these reasons, we strongly agree with the master plan's conclusion that the only way to solve the field's existing deficiencies is to invest wisely in a rehabilitation process, which includes proper design, regrading, and appropriate soil and seed selection to ensure a successful field program. We urge you to approve the master plan at your November 7th meeting and to commit the necessary capital to make the rehabilitation of the natural turf on the town's east and west fields a reality. Thanks for your consideration.
We have a hand raised from Patty Stoller, and I do want to say the timer is not working at the moment. I'm working on that. So just bear with me. I'll let Patty proceed.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted Lorena to read the message that I had sent about the fields and Cove Park, but pretty much across the board for athletic fields, and the inequity of putting all of the time and attention that is raised by the people that participate in the outreach. Thank you.
Okay, and just to read the comment, what Patty wrote was athletic fields rose to the top of the calls for improvement because there seemed to be an apparent lobby at every public input opportunity. No such effort by seniors arose, even though they are 1/4 of Corte Madera's population. And we don't have any additional public comment.
Okay. So with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the dais for discussion. This is to review the item, provide direction to staff, and then they'll bring it back for the second reading where we'll make a motion at that time to approve it. Okay. Any discussion? Really looking for any kind of feedback that we would want to see in the final to move next reading.
Yeah, just a few things. So again, thank you for the depth and the detail in this report. And again, we're going to need to keep coming back to it. And I'm really glad that the whole idea is to make it a living document that we're going to continue to use. Just a couple of things I would like to say for the benefit of our consultants on a couple of the areas. Park Madera Center, loved your analysis of the 208 building as having great potential, but was concerned that everything was sort of tied to that happening as a contingency for anything that would open up Park Madera Center and make it more cohesive and enjoyable and relatable physically to the park. There's some real low-hanging fruit there with some fences that were put in to make the tenants happy when the town initially bought this land. And there are some really nice ways to make some improvements now that will increase the pedestrian friendliness and the overall welcomingness of Park Madera Center. Obviously, it's going to need a whole neighborhood vetting of anything we do there. I would like to confirm, Pet Club lease goes through what year?
It's 2027.
2027. So the way everything was contingent on something happening with Pet Club seemed a way to just kind of hold it back so that nothing would happen. And I would love to see that stipulation removed. Town Park Plaza is parkland. We have sort of missed this because it kind of came about through an unusual process where it was always parkland, but it used to be a dentist office and a dumpy old building. And when it got redone, it sort of happened a little bit offline. So it's never really been embraced as parkland. And I think our community doesn't even understand that that whole covered eating area is a place they're welcome to use without patronizing Cafe Verde, that they can, bring a picnic lunch and meet their friends, and that is non-programmable public park space. And I would just like to see Town Park Plaza and sort of the whole area more accurately characterized for what it is somewhere. Another thing that was left out completely was the barn. It is one of the oldest structures in Corte Madera. It's right next to Cafe Verde. It's used for storage, which is often used as the reason that the town is not living up to a promise that it gave to Cafe Verde to be an option. There was an option to rent that land, that facility for further venues, party facilities, so forth. And none of this is in the report because, again, it's sort of never been part of the mainstream Parks and Rec responsibilities. So that said, I think that storage is a big issue, both for the community center and for parks facilities. And I would just love to see a little bit more on that and how the barn could possibly be phased out and how we can bring in storage without putting it right in the middle of the park, as a couple of our things have done. As to the community center, again, there's some real low-lying fruit there. We don't need to do the complete renovation, which I do want to question the dollar amount assigned to that, because $14 million is what we're spending to build a whole new town hall. And it's also listed as the price of a serious renovation of the community center. And yes, you could spend that much, but I don't think it's a fair number to put on there when we're buying a whole new town hall for that same price. Opening the views from the patio to the mountain and the park on the backside of the community center could really add to its value as a venue for weddings and parties where people want to be able to look out into a park. Again, the storage thing needs to be discussed there. And then as far as pickleball and the plans for improving pickleball, I think it eventually is going to be called fickleball, because I don't know how long it's going to last, but to actually build whole new facilities for it seems like one of those things that 10 years from now we'll be saying, okay, now what do we do with this space? And then this is a little bit more of a question. Another asset that is really important in our community that's not included in this is the special event lot. The special event lot has hosted movies, car show, circus, all kinds of big opportunities for community activity. You could put a skating rink there. You could put a roller rink there. It's a big open space of land, and the Mace Riches and the village is willing to share it with us. So I just think we should all keep that as a possibility in mind, that there are really wonderful assets in town that not everything has to be jammed into a park. And then finally, I think that we already gave RJ the approval to work on this interim plan to bring the fields up as much as we possibly can in the short term while we look at how we're going to fund the turf fields. I do agree with Patty a little bit that this issue of the fields kind of came up during the community outreach time, not so much as part of the survey, but then busy parents with children don't often have as much time to fill out surveys. And I also think anybody driving by that park and you see the number of kids there playing soccer every weekend realizes that that's an audience that we really do need to address. And so I do support the parents who want better fields there. I hope we've all come around. I only saw one comment still asking for AstroTurf. I'm hoping that we've all come around to the reasons why natural turf is more expensive, is more preferable. It's a neurotoxin. When it gets hot, it can make kids sick. It could be implicated in cancer. So there's just no reason for us to be still talking about AstroTurf. Thank you. Thank you for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Ding. Maybe it's just my ringing in my ears.
Sorry to do that to you.
Oh,
Great
that.
ringing in your
Oh,
ears.
Oh, no problem. Pardon me if I sound a little scattered. I was thinking about the rec center as well. It's kind of one of those things that I feel like it should just be so much better and so much prettier inside and out. But I'm also thinking of it in terms of how it marries with Park Madera Center, right? So what I would want to have entertained is an idea of how do you see that as a complex, a related complex once the pet club is gone. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it, if we're going to be able to give up the revenue, whatever. But I think that if we're looking at doing something with those two properties so close together, to kind of think of some uses that are complementary in their who they serve and the kinds of events you can have there. I generally agree with the priority setting. I think it looks correct. And I would echo what RJ said, that we want to be looking at the ADA compliance, general accessibility, and safety areas in the near term, and really try to get that to happen. And I support the short-term fix for the soccer fields. But to kind of look at that in terms of, in the long run, the amount of effort and time, should we just go ahead and bite the bullet and do the big thing and really make it a great field? So those are pretty much my comments.
Thanks. Yeah, when I agree with Rose, I think anything that's compliance or poses a potential liability to the town, those items need to get addressed because there's potential long-term effects coming back to the town. I would like to see in the plan somewhere a timeline. You have 3 weeks to discuss that timeline being, this is the plan when it gets approved. And after that, what happens? In other words, Park and Rec has to make a decision by February, March, so it ties in with our budget season. I think that needs to be in the plan, so this way it's consistent from year to year, and we're not going, well, 1 year we're doing it this way, and another year we're doing it a different way. The other thing I'd like to see in here, and again, if I missed it, I apologize, is that this plan needs to be reviewed on an annual basis by Park and Rec. Whether there's any changes or not, that's fine, but it needs to be reviewed. And there needs to be a presentation to town council on an annual basis. And that presentation would include, again, if there's any changes in an update on the progress that's been made to complete deficiencies. I'll get this out in Mickey Park. We're looking at just the park itself. I think there's a bigger picture. We have businesses around that park. I don't know if that's a bigger conversation with Amy, not this Amy, but the new Amy, more redevelopment of that whole area, because I wouldn't just want to go, we're going to do improvements with the park and then not figure out how to tie in businesses if it's possible. And we also have the parking lot, I'll say, across the street that gets used all. So it's more like looking at that area in a global type fashion. One thing that worries me is the whole thing with funding. And again, I'm getting ahead of this a little, but when I look at this, just the near and the ongoing, we're looking at 3 million. And that's just the near and ongoing. And so I'd rather have staff, if you can, maybe come back, give us funding options, and just, these are just some thoughts, again, not in concrete. I know this year, I think originally it was 200. I asked for 300. You guys gave another 100,000. So it's 400,000. I don't know if we start doing that as part of the budget cycle, that we start actually reserving X amount, I'm throwing out a number, 400,000 or 500,000 that can go towards these items. Forget all the extra stuff for now. That would have to, come into play also. I just don't know the funding part of it, because it's a great plan, but we're going to need to execute on it. And the other thing that concerns me also is that, in RJ, I'm going to say you're probably the gatekeeper. We're only talking park and rec. We still have street improvement projects. We still have climate change action plan, which I don't think I've heard anything about that in quite a while. We have items in there, how you mirror all this stuff together, because we can't just have park and rec come and go, yeah, we'll give you $2 million, and then climate change needs another $1 million. You need $2 million. We may not have the money to do all that. So you need to figure out how to piecemeal. But again, I'm calling you the gatekeeper. I'm on the fence on the soccer fields, I'll be honest. I think trying to do the improvements, it sounds good. I call it a Band-Aid effect. I can't tell if it's really working. It's no offense, because I know you're working really hard with the soccer club. I don't know if it's really working. I wouldn't want to see us for the next couple of years sink, 200,000 or 250,000 in that field, only to come to the reality that the money would have been better spent if we just did it, no offense, the right way. And I don't know if that's a phase-in approach. Do we have to do both east and west at the same time? Can we do one of them first, for like $1.2 million, and then phase in the other one? But again, it's going to have to come from Park and Rec, and you guys are going to have a hard job balancing all this out, because all of a sudden, if we're putting $1.2 million in a soccer field, does that mean that we're giving up improvements to Mickey Park? We're giving up improvements to Cove. Sorry, I shouldn't say Cove because you do. But again, there's going to have to be hard decisions, right or wrong, that are going to have to be made. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Eli? Without wanting to get too much into examining the fine details or rearranging the priority listings of different parks, because my understanding is that what we're doing tonight is a little bit more high level. I will just say that I think that this is a really well done master plan, and I really appreciate the work of staff and our consultants and the Parks and Rec Commission. I know that this has been an incredibly long process to get to this point. I'm really impressed with the document that we have before us. I think there is plenty of time down the road where we're going to get to dive into, which exact projects do we greenlight right now? Which do we kick, maybe push back a couple of years? What are the exact dollar amounts? Where does that money come from? Again, right, these projects aren't even designed yet. These are all really just kind of ideas. But I think as a menu of options, this is incredibly well done and incredibly helpful to us as a council, because it really gives us the 30,000-foot view of what's going on with Corte Madera's parks, and that overview of what do our residents want to see. So my top line feedback tonight is well done, and thank you. And I'm looking forward to the discussions that are going to stem from and be facilitated by this document.
Okay. Anyone else? All right. So first, I'd like to start by speaking to Pat and Fred. They brought up the facilities, right? And I've heard this comment multiple times, and we've talked about it for years. And I think part of it is it's a broader facilities thing that broaches not just Parks and Rec, but multiple and also maybe not any real town. There's nuances to what's really going on all those facilities, right? There's a master plan related to fire, and there's going to be a lot of properties and disposition or like rethinking and strategizing moving forward, right? And the question to me is that really something that should be thought of more comprehensively about all of our facilities, our new town hall with our, corp yard and all these other discussions I've heard on the off? Is it a chance now that we've gone through all these other master plans of sewer, stormwater, parks and rec, right? Fire coming up, right? That, yes, would you like to speak to that?
I'm sorry, I just want to make a motion that we extend our meeting another half hour.
Second.
Councilmember Casissa.
Yes.
Councilmember Ravazio.
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Beckman.
Yes.
Mayor Lee.
Sure.
I apologize.
Your motion carries.
It's okay. So yeah, so I guess, just, I think that's why it isn't addressed in any of these things. And I think we need a mechanism to discuss it both for any council moving forward, and then also, for the public to really understand why those considerations are kind of both all of our purview, but none of our purview, right? And it's really frustrating. I brought it up before in multiple, strategy sessions with the council, of ways to try to approach it. I haven't seen any kind of movement on that. And, but if we had that mechanism or an understanding of how we were going to get there for those, then we wouldn't try to pile it on to the Parks and Rec, which is really, parks, right? And some recreation facilities, but the community center is also much larger than just the Parks and Rec, right? It really is a community facility that I think, could be thought of more comprehensively. So that's, I just wanted to speak to that because otherwise I'm going to keep hearing this for years and it's not going to go anywhere. And we have a new town manager and a lot of new staff, and hopefully we can have a brainstorm about that. The other one is, everybody's dug in, wanting to already make decisions about this wonderful master plan. To its credit, right? It's already ready to go to really help inform, and people want it done tomorrow, not, 2 months from now. But I want to speak a little bit about that because I'm not sure that that's all in there, how we as a town and council are going to come to making those decisions in prep for that, on an annual basis, biannual, that type of thing. So I guess I just like to have an understanding of that. Like what I would recommend is, look, you have the master plan. We've done this. The Parks and Rec vets it based on, the priorities, because we appoint them to be experts to advise us, right? And as advisory council, they meet before we have our annual strategy session, something like that. I mean, you don't have to answer it now, but I'm just kind of speaking to it, Adam, and I see you musing on it. So hopefully it's informative, but then we could then have at least some degree of larger informed kind of recommendations at the strategy session to then specifically vet based on our own stakeholders and feedback from the public at that time, right? And also vet it out because the strategy sessions are limited, right? Like they're half a day, they're 3 or 4 hours. We never fully get through them. We run through director recommendations and all kinds of things. And I'd like to find a way to make those more streamlined so that we come to a consensus and give everything its due diligence at that time or break it out, right? So those are my only things to suggest or think about in relationship to this as we move it forward. It's not all related to it, to its credit, but it is related, adjacent or will interact with it. So I don't know if that's really actionable and like go do this, but it is, please think about it and be prepared to talk to that point if moving forward. So with that, are we good on this and we can close the item?
Yes.
Okay. And staff, is any questions from staff before we stop? Clear direction, what we're seeing next time? Okay, okay, yeah, I mean, it's I'd like, right, like if there's anything you need clarity on, please.
I think there's a lot, so I'm trying to figure out, I was looking at Rebecca to wrap around how we incorporate either some of this, all this in this next step. I think a lot of it is like process and budget, I think is a big thing that has to be included. I think there's other small things of certain things that aren't addressed, and do we address them as the whole in the master plan, or is it just more of a process and going forward once, budget wise, commission wise, back to council? That seems to be just as important in the document as anything else we've done for a deficiency. So
Tim, that is basically my question, but for the council members that brought up things that maybe weren't included, are there, we were also looking for, should things be reprioritized? Are there near-term things that could be medium-term things that should be near-term? Then is there council consensus that things that were brought up as being absent from the document should be added to the document? Is, I guess, my main question. Before we get to work on.
It's a great question. So let's bring it back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think I was the one who was saying, hey, it kind of missed, it didn't include things. But I don't need it to be in this document now. I think as we revisit these specific areas, the Minky Park, the Park Madera Center, that will be a fine time to bring it up. I just hadn't had an opportunity to really provide that kind of input, which seemed pretty basic, especially the Town Park Plaza was sort of felt, it was called different things throughout the report, and it was never really looked at on its own. But it doesn't need to be, because now I've pointed out the deficiency, and I know how good we are at fixing deficiencies. So.
Thank you. So in the
doesn't
terms
need
of
to
this being a
happen now.
living document, then you're comfortable with
absolutely
it evolving to include those over time.
Yes, I just
Or
wanted
that
to pass on
document
the
maybe doesn't, right? It's
Right.
like,
But
but
our some processes.
what I did here was 3 council basically expressed that those should be considered moving forward in the aggregate, right? Whether they're tied together or not, related to the town's plaza, the community center, the adjacent property, and any other properties that may be affected around, that the town either has full or partial ownership that might be adjacent to these parks and rec kind of facilities moving forward, right? So part of it is we haven't heard Rosa or Eli speak to that in particular, or if Fred thinks that it's like, not exactly his words or interest that he was speaking to earlier. I broadly agree. Okay.
So are you asking if those, the 3 items, Park Madera Center, the rec center, and the plaza need to have a sort of collective plan?
Yeah, I think I want to, right, but it's separate from the Parks and Rec master plan, that it really is this kind of facility assessment to overall town, in some kind of strategy moving forward. And then that way, it can be more comprehensively thought about what all that land mass and relationships and things, and set a trajectory for that for a 5, 10, 20 year that doesn't impact, so we can move forward with these 3 years of really good work on this, but continue to really address real concerns that the whole community has about those other facilities, right? In a more strategic manner. And maybe also those are really different as far as how you assign dollars and think about, how the funding mechanisms in which you do it, right? And that kind of thing, right? The reason we built a $12 million town hall was not because we took annual tax ties or, some kind of program and slowly doled it out. We took a bond issue and really went at it when it was strategically appropriate to do so. And, that like with those bigger facilities, those bigger moves that we're talking about is the Parks and Rec master plan really the appropriate, methodology to address those. To your, just to speak directly to you about why they weren't included or thought about.
My 2 cents is I think Park Madera is a totally separate conversation. Park and Rec may have a piece of it, but I think it's a totally different conversation because you're looking at something that's more massive. That's my 2 cents. The community center, personally, at this point in time, I don't know. I'll leave it up to Park and Rec, but to start doing improvements in there, I think you need to take a hard look at that and spend 14 million. My 2 cents is that at this point in time, that doesn't make sense. I think part of the decision process, you're gonna have to look at projects potentially and go, these are kind of like for the moment are off the table. Like Hagen's Landing is another one. Is that when I say off the table, it means that in the short term, we're not going to look at these they're way down the road. But I think you're gonna have to make those decisions. But just for Park Madera, I think that's a much larger conversation that maybe it's outside of Park and Rec preview, because we're just looking at one piece, which is.
But you spoke to it, like
Potentially
if we're gonna
ramp up.
spend 12 million for for this, and then we're gonna have this other thing that was supposed to be the new community center at some time when it was bought previously, and we don't have a path forward about what any of that is. We're talking about spending huge amount of money without any real kind of comprehensive approach to what we're doing, and part of it is being asked to be tracked through the Parks and Rec master plan, which is, I'm not comfortable basically at that point, making that decision without in the aggregate understanding comprehensively that entire block of space, just in general. And I've expressed that for years, whether I'm an outlier and it can proceed through other mechanisms, whether advice of staff or the council, I'm happy to, accept that, but that's just my personal reflection on it.
I guess the question is, are we really providing direction to staff to say, carve out those three pieces out of the Park and Rec master plan?
I'm fine with the way it is, but I'm saying because they're not identified as near term anyway, that and it's a living document that maybe I can pass it as it is and let it at least have a vehicle to be discussed. But I would like to probably think about pulling that out and thinking more comprehensively about it moving forward, so we can really address the related issues in those particulars.
Thank you.
That was kind of my thought as well, is that these are bigger, longer term things. And I think that as these major marquee projects start to move towards the design hopper, I think I sense that they're likely going to start to fall into place next to each other, where we can evaluate them all together sort of as they move forward.
But if I can just say, at the same time, let's not hold back on improvements that need to be made. I mean, one example is a dishwasher in the recreation center, in the community center, where we know if we had one, we would be getting more rentals from caterers who need full facilities. So I just don't want to say we're not going to do anything on these things until we figure out the big picture, because then we won't ever do anything on these things. So
I agree with
we
that
still
as
have
well.
to move the little things
That's why
ahead.
I definitely recommend keeping it in there so
Yeah.
that we can have a discussion.
Understood. Thank you.
But we can keep pushing the.
And it just, I'm sorry, just to dovetail one more question, even though I know I don't want to be latest. And it's more go towards either RJ or Mac 5. It's my understanding, if we improve one thing, we have to look at that whole area, correct? So if we improve something in the kitchen, we have to look at the whole kitchen to bring it up to ADA compliance, or is that not true?
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
You can do maintenance, you can do replacements of equipment, you can do some upgrades without triggering a full. And that's something to talk with your building official about as well.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, there's some room. If you do a major remodel, yes, you're going to be triggering a lot of upgrades and a lot of ADA and even electrical and so forth. But we could talk with the building official if there's a scope that needs to be considered at some point. We can have that conversation and determine what can and can't be tackled in isolation.
All right, thanks.
Comments as we extended the conversation.
No, I think we're all on the same page here.
Okay, so did that help answer the question as far as any kind of modifications?
I believe so, yes. And now I am on your page as well.
All right, cool. So with that, I will close all the 6 items and move to council reports. Adam, thank you.
I'll be quick because I know we have more. But I just wanted to inform the council that we did submit applications for the priority development sites to ABAG and MTC. So those are in. We haven't heard back whether funding will be allocated to those projects that we discussed in August, the Macy's site and the site right over here in Nellen. So just a report on that, and had a great time on Saturday at the Oktoberfest, and it was nice to see so many of you and so many other people from Corte Madera just enjoying themselves. So a lot of fun.
All right.
So I think we were probably all at Supervisor Radoni's community conversation on Monday. That was with lots of information about the county and legislative updates. And Oktoberfest was fun.
I agree. Oktoberfest was fun, and I think I don't have anything else to report, but I would just like to call out the number of volunteers who came forward. Only in Corte Madera could your biggest problem on the second half of a big festival be there are more volunteers than we need, and they're not happy that they don't have a job. So I think we're going to sell the pouring jobs in the future. You're going to have to pay if you want to pour beer at Oktoberfest. Kind of kidding on that. But I really want to thank Rebecca. Rebecca saved our front gate. She was the only, we thought we were going to have 5 phones doing Square transactions, and we had 1, and it was Rebecca. And I looked through the 360 or some transactions and realized that she put all of those through. So thank you for being our money taker. It was a big job. And I agree with you that next year we should sell advanced tickets. We'll do advanced tickets.
And just real quick, I was going to mention at Oktoberfest, we also had just a huge presence of town staff as well.
Yes, you did.
Tim, 3 volunteers from Park and Rec. We had an entire maintenance crew there. Everyone smiling. We had CMPA officers. So really a great showing for the entire town community, but also for staff.
And major incident free for the 28th year.
And thank you to Tim for pulling together all of those Parks and Rec volunteers and the whole kids program that I heard made parents very, very happy.
Should have mentioned Tim. Thank you.
I'll chime in. I was at Oktoberfest also. I volunteered at the front
Yes, you were at
desk.
the front desk. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. It gets better because I was right next to Rebecca. So we were tag team. She would scan and then I would put wristbands on. So it worked out really well. And the other thing, Rebecca and I are on a roll. I think yesterday, her and I actually bought some pumpkins and we delivered them to the residents of Casa Buena. So they were all happy about that. We delivered them some little treats also. So, and that's it.
I attended a CMSA board meeting on October 10th. And last week we had a town hall interior design art review meeting. So that is it.
I went to Oktoberfest. I volunteered as the mayor. It was awesome. I thanked all our vendors for being there and got to visit with a lot of our residents and just thought it was an amazing privilege to get to attend. So
Thank you, Mayor Lederhosen.
and I'm gonna be very sad, next year when I won't, get to stand in front with all the other Lederhosen wearing and Dirndl is at first I was searching for that and I couldn't find that. So please come dressed next year. It was awesome. Yeah. So with that, I'll close council reports and open up the discussion of the draft agenda for upcoming town council meeting. Any comment? Okay, so with that, we'll adjourn. Can we take a 5-minute break to kind of get set up?
Thank you.
Yeah, and then when we come back, we'll probably have to vote to extend because it's sanitary, we reset.
It's a whole new meeting.
Same rule. Now I'd like to bring to order the sanitary district number 2, a subsidiary district of the town of Corte Madera, regular meeting for Tuesday, October 17th, 2023 at 9:55. Can I get a roll call?
Board Member Casissa.
Here.
Board Member Avazio.
Here.
Board Member Thomas.
Here.
Vice President Beckman.
Here.
President Lee.
Here.
Yeah, as this dovetails our town council meeting, I'd like to make a motion that we extend the meeting a half an hour to 10:30.
Second.
Board Member Casissa.
Yes.
Board Member Avazio.
Yes.
Board Member Thomas.
Yes.
Vice President Beckman.
Yes.
President Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries.
All right, so this is open time for public comment. Any member of the public may address the district board concerning any item not on the board agenda. Speakers will be limited to 3 minutes unless otherwise specified by the president of the presiding officer. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
We do not have emailed public comment or hands raised from our 4 attendees.
Okay, so with that, I'll close public comment. Move on to consent calendar. The purpose of the consent calendar is to group items together which are routine or have been discussed previously and do not require further discussion. They will be approved by a single motion. Any member of the district board, staff, or the public may request removal of an item for discussion. Is there anyone that would like to remove an item? Anyone in the public? Seeing none. Staff? Okay. Can I get a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second,
Board Member Casissa.
Yes.
Board Member Ravazio.
yes.
Board Member Thomas.
Yes.
Vice President Beckman.
Yes.
President Lee.
Yes.
Thank you. The
Yep.
motion carries.
We have no public hearing, so we'll move on to the business items. Business item 6A is to receive presentation on the draft sanitary district number 2 sewer master plan, capital improvement program funding needs, and the current annual sewer service charge.
All right, thank you, President Lee and members of the board. Today is a exciting day for the sanitary district. There's been, I want to say, about 2.5 years worth of work that have gone into the development of this plan. And so we'll be walking you through it to kind of give you a sense of where we're at and kind of the needs of the district. We last introduced this item. Chris, if you can start sharing the presentation, please. Thank you. I'll introduce the rest of the team shortly. Next slide, thank you. So after doing interviews and going through the professional service procurement process, we ended up selecting GHD, and they were brought in 2021 to really oversee this effort and kind of work with staff on all of the goals. Today, here's the agenda. So we'll cover background goals. Fernanda's going to spend a few minutes just showing one of the things we gained out of this, which was kind of a cutting edge or kind of high tech version of a GIS database that's got a lot of useful tools for staff to make work more efficient. We'll go through some of the what we've learned from our gravity mains, pump stations, and force mains, and then we'll kind of all pull it together into some alternatives that were reviewed, and then a couple recommendations and overall budget needs, and really introduce kind of where we stand with respect to current rates and in contrast to the overall capital improvement budgets, and discuss next steps. Next slide, please. So the previous sewer master plan, the last one that was adopted, was in 2009. There were efforts, substantial efforts done in 2014 in particular to really capture a lot of CCTV data in 2014. And there were some, I think, draft master plans at that time, but nothing that was adopted, and nothing also that really looked at rates. Some other really compliance goals is just increasing I&I. This is really a big discussion and regulatory goal by the state water board. And so, as we have inflow and infiltration, that means more volume that needs to go to the treatment plants. And in times of storms and high volumes, sometimes that water is blended and not fully treated. So really keeping our pipes tight and sealed is the best way we can reduce the chance of that happening. And then currently the sewer master plan update initiated in 2021 by GHD. Next slide. So the goals and objectives of the sewer master plan are evaluate condition of the system to minimize spills or overflows, increase reliability and resiliency of the system. As you may recall, we had to reach a settlement agreement from a environmental advocacy group. And some of that we are now fully committed to. And so we've integrated that into the goals of the master plan to comply with those agreements and those commitments. The other goal was to establish this higher tech GIS database to make all of our daily and regular work highly more efficient. Develop a defensible CIP that's responsible, reliable, and really forecast what are the priorities for the next 10 years. perform a rate study analysis, and then also review vulnerabilities with respect to sea level rise. Next slide. So going back to that settlement agreement, these are kind of the 3 items that were required. So we inspect all gravity sewers not previously inspected in the last 10 years. So we were able to take a big chunk from 2014 and inspect those. Everything else we had to do in the field. So there'll be more on that as we move this forward into the presentation tonight. Also perform what's called a desktop analysis of the force mains and pump stations. We've since also added some efforts to do a more thorough analysis beyond what was required by the settlement agreement to just really understand our system. And then once we did analyze that CCTV data, that went into a pipe condition assessment and categorized the worst condition pipes, and we have a commitment to spend $5 million over the next 5 years on those worst condition pipes. Next slide, please. All right, so I'm gonna just discuss initial intros to Chris Brothers with GHD, and he's really gonna take it into some of the details of all the technical work that's been done. And I believe we also have Ann Lynch as well from GHD if needed on the call as well. So Chris, please take it away.
Great. Thank you, RJ, and good evening, Council. And on behalf of the entire GHD team, we are pleased to present the results from this long master planning process. I think it's appropriate to present the overarching schedule and all the great work that went in, massive amounts of data collection in phase 1, which was really a desktop and field inspection effort. Gravity sewer, CCTV inspection, pump station force main, and valve inspections, as well as key confined space assets. All of that data that was collected over the majority of 2021 was input into the decision support system, Info Asset Manager, that I believe we're going to have Fernanda and ST2 kind of look at the details of how that great tool was used. And all of that culminated in a condition assessment report for the gravity sewers in September of 2022. The second phase of the work involved really taking all that information and data and synthesizing it into an analysis, inspection analysis, condition analysis, coming up with costs and budgets and CIP projects, which we'll go into more detail about, which will also feed into the financial analysis and master plan report. So I think we do want to break and dive into Info Asset Manager at this point, RJ. Is that, let's see, pass it back over to Fernanda.
I know it's late, but this was a big goal for the district. It required a ton of work from Fernanda. She's been working tirelessly on this with any ounce of free time for more than 2.5 years. I mean, probably 4 or 5 years. And really, it's taking all these plans and written documents and also adding the information gathered in the field and really putting it into one computer database. So take it away, Fernanda, and give us a quick preview.
Good evening. So we purchased this software in 2010 when I came along with Peter Brown. We created a lateral ordinance and I started getting deep. Oh, sorry.
Expand.
Yeah. I don't think. All right. And when I start in collecting the data and try and figure out everything where was, I saw the need for a database and a GS software so we can have the field, the maintenance crew work in a tablet, enter all the daily work on the sanitary. We put all the sewer spills on the software. I export everything we had from ArcMap here, got all the marine map layers. So, sorry. I got all the data, and it was very difficult to visualize the whole district. So I did a big research with Peter on softwares. Ross Valley used this software, and I did see what San Rafael and others were using, but I really like this one because the field crew staff can have the tablets and see everything. I can see what they can do, but also I can integrate the private sewer laterals as a different layer. So we can visualize how many properties we are triggering and bring up to code in a map. As you can see, all these yellow lines are PSLs that were brought to code. We had almost 1,800 laterals triggered so far, and we have almost 1,300 with open permit or up to date. So that's huge.
Yeah, so there's 5,700 laterals in the district or just under. And since 2018, about 1,800 been triggered and about 12,
almost 1,300.
Almost 1,300 have been brought up to compliance. So really great with respect to I&I. So that's a great tracking mechanism through this database is the private sewer laterals, but also from a maintenance side, you know, we have to do regular cleaning. And so we can actually on a day-by-day basis track how much we're getting done and where. And overall, that software program really provides outputs and recommendations on how to more effectively clean based on what they see. If they go in a pipe and they see a lot of debris, you know, they look at how long it's been since the last cleaning, and they'll provide recommendations of where to clean next and how often to clean and so forth. And the other piece that she's going to showcase is,
I'm going to select a pipe here. Hopefully it's opening. And it's going to show me all the associated objects that were entered on the system on that pipe. All the laterals that are attached to the pipe, pipe diameter, IG, CCTV, everything we have, like all the cleaning data, property, CCTV, acoustic testing. So we click on the CCTV as example, and then we go see the defects. We can watch the video, but we can go straight to a defect and the picture will come up. So it's very helpful on a daily basis. And we can score the pipe based on the defects and do a validator, you know, all the scores and prioritize. And we can also create teams by colors. So let's say we want to, based on the CCTV, we want to see all the pipes that has structure of 5. We just drag them to the map and they will highlight.
But yeah, in the, you know, prior to this, our crews would take, you know, written logs and try to track them in some way, but our guys are actually in the field as they're cleaning, inputting data. It's automatically going to the database. Our inspector who's inspecting sewer laterals, that is actually filling out the sketch of the diagram he just approved. It goes into the database. So everything is central and really on the edge of people's fingertips.
Yes, and I also attach record. We're in the process, but we're attaching record drawings from the pipe, so we can pull all the back history on the pipe, and also give you. You can create queries like, let's say, I want to see how much pipe we clean. I just drag the query, and then this table comes up. So we can see that when I got it here, 2018. We're cleaning very little on the district, and today we're able to clean 80% of the sewer pipes. So you can see, then we can track down and see how much cleaning we're doing. So 2018, we cleaned 16% of the district. 1945, and today we're 80%.
Great.
And this is all work that we are putting in. Then we also can do reports like based on pipe age. How many segments we have that are like old, only 8. We have been doing a lot of like almost 40% in the last 2 years. Like 10 years, I mean.
Great, thank you.
And the same thing with the laterals, you know. We click on the PSL. And we can have the whole report. And we also hyperlink all the documents that we have on file for the property. So it goes right to the server. So it's very helpful.
RJ, may I ask a
Yeah.
few questions?
Sure,
Because this
absolutely.
is so complex, it's gonna get lost if we go too far.
Yeah.
So in particular, I heard 3,100 sewer laterals total that you'd mentioned, like 12 and 18. But is that in the aggregate, or is it 12 or up to code, and then there's another 600 that are still coming
Yeah,
online?
so
They're in a
just
process,
under
yeah.
5,700 total in the district.
Total
1,800 or so have been triggered since the ordinance went into effect in 2018.
Okay.
And then 1,300 have now been in compliance of the 1,800. So
Of the
there's
18.
still some pending.
Okay, because I was hoping you were saying 3,100 out of 57, which is like 65% of everything up to code, but it's really more like 30.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
it's
okay.
still
30%, yeah.
still good if we keep this pace up. You know, in
Yeah,
10,
that's-
15 years, we've done a full
Considering
cycle.
I was still around when that program was initiated, so amazing.
Yeah. And if you look on the map, like how much yellow is today, you know, like on these neighborhoods where we had projects, most are triggered by CIP. So I have one that I did here. And let's say we want to track the triggers. So this is what so far we accomplished by the triggers, but also there's some permits that I attach because they're like 2015. So people had just replaced their lateral. So we also entered that data in.
Cool. So I had one other question with that. She presented the percentage of cleaning. Is that in the aggregate? Like just trying to clean to 100% of the entire system, or is that like a comprehensive annual cleaning of the whole system? And so we're seeing base efficiencies as we move forward in implementing the system and clearing out backlog and that kind of thing.
You want to? I think I have an answer, but why don't you answer it first?
Yeah, it is kind of both. As the crew is out and seeing problems, they're being proactive. They're make sure everything before storms or cleanup or hotspots. Also, prior, they're doing just hotspots and grease areas. And since we start televising and find out areas, we're being on top and very proactive.
Yeah, so it's really the percentage of the distance of pipe that is getting cleaned. So some areas are higher, you know, flatter pipes and, you know, more sediment. Those will get cleaned multiple times in a year. So it's not that every pipe, if
You're never gonna get to 100 because
potentially could get more than 100%, because you have to
okay.
clean some multiple times. It would be nice if it was just everything, but yeah. It's still a good tracking tool, obviously.
Right. So is that training up on staffing and just getting a better maintenance plan, or do you find that this software really has elevated your ability to deliver better maintenance as a facility management tool?
Better maintenance, because
yes.
it'll right. So let's say you haven't cleaned a line on Christmas Street Hill in 5 years, and you go back and the records show that there's some minor roots, but nothing too bad. It's basically saying, okay, like
now you can space out.
You can space it out even further.
So it gives recommendations.
Yeah.
Like, wow. Okay.
So we create this course, then you can see like after 3 times, how was heavy, light, or medium. So if the first was very heavy and then is light, you know, you can space more. So
Yeah, and the other
can
thing that
formulate it.
this effort did was, GHD and their subcontractor Presidio, they flushed and TV'd 20 miles or so. And in that process, they had to flush and dewater in order to get the video. So even though, I think maybe there was some discussion about the cost of the GHD effort, such a big chunk of this was actually cleaning and video in the lines.
Some lines had to be cleaned over 15 times to be able to televise.
Okay. Thank you for the added.
Yeah, and like it's so helps you visualize because you drag like in the map, you create a corridor, and like all these pipes in pink right now there were televised in 2014. So they're going to be due for televise again. So you can see where these areas are and help you plan much better where to go. Have a whole picture.
I'm gonna just because I know how long this presentation is, I'm gonna take it back to Chris. We can certainly circle back if you have more questions. So Chris, if you can jump back in, great work, Fernanda.
Okay. Yeah, that's certainly showing off the power of that tool. We've been using it together, Fernanda and I, for a couple of years. So the rest of the presentation, at least for my portion here, is really going to be walking through gravity sewers, pump stations, and valves, and the approach to collecting that data, the findings we found, and some of the recommendations, and then we'll bring it home towards the CIP planning part of it. So yes, we've talked about this already. She showed you the effort, but here it is visually, the actual 20 miles in green that we did as part of this project from July of 2021 through December, and then the remaining 24 miles were done before this SMP. Just kind of move through these. So this is the approach. The inspection effort consisted of, reviewing as-built, planning, easement records. There was a small percentage of sewers we needed to find clarify ownership. So looking at those as-built and easements, and actually, like she showed you, appending them to the tool so that they're now, the drawings themselves are sitting in the software for folks to look at, was part of that process. And then the conventional technology with Vector truck flushing, you can see how you got to get into the manhole and pump that water out so that the CCTV camera that's on a track can get through the pipe to do the videos and the photos. And the team there was also, recording the defects using the NASCO certified PACP defect coding and scoring. And so what is that really made up of? Well, it's generated by a standardized formula that accounts for various types of defects. You can see some examples of 1s, 2s. They're very minor. They're not something we worry about typically. The failure is unlikely for quite a while, all the way up to poor and those that are receiving 4s and 5s, which require immediate action. Like these are broken pipes, these are collapsed pipes, these are a lot of the miscellaneous water level SAG code was registered in the town sewers. Those are where there's a lot of SAG pipes with standing water. So those need immediate attention. So these are kind of a summary of the kind of defects that we see. Here are the results, right? We have visually seeing all the 4s and 5s in red and orange, and system is in pretty good shape overall. I think 60-70% of it is really needing no attention, but there are, of course, 10 to 15% that scored a 5 or a 4, and we'll talk about some of those in more detail. Here are those 4s and 5s showing up on the screen, but also showing the reason for why those scored 4s and 5s. A lot of those were SAGs. Some of them were severe structural. Some of them were minor structural. It is interesting to sort of correlate where these are occurring as they relate to, groundwater infiltration, sea level rise impacts along the coast. It seems to be where there are more SAGs and potentially needing more hydraulic investigation. And all this culminated in really, coming up with 92 individual gravity main projects that we grouped by public work zone. You can see the ones in green are where there was just a 5, so those are pretty bad, and those with 5s and lower scores are in blue, and those with 4s only are 4s or lower in pink. And you can see the yellow underneath. Those were where we did advise hydraulic investigation in form of maybe a model or some other investigation to see what the cause of the water level being high. Was it from actual capacity deficiency, or was it because those in fact were sags? So that's kind of a snapshot of the summary of the gravity effort. Next, we can go into the pump stations. We had a real big push first half of 2022 to be out in the field evaluating pump stations, as well as a desktop effort. The desktop effort consisted of reviewing various drawings, the Info Asset Manager tool, previous master plans, and a lot of the CMSA and O&M reports, as well as Google Earth and Street View for making sure we knew where these were located in space correctly. And of course, reviewing the sea level rise reports and data that we had access to. The field evaluation.
Just the diagrammatically. So, the triangles are the pump stations, and then the light blue and blue lines are the pressurized pipes that eventually then connect to gravity pipes not shown.
Thanks. Thanks for clarifying that for the
what was that
visual.
Yeah, it's usually a great issue.
So, the field evaluation consisted of, we looked at all 19 pump stations using topside visual methods, limited soundings, pH testing, and concrete penetration testing. The Paradise pump station did get a little more effort there with the ultrasonic thickness and dry film testing. So trying to show this, summarize the results. We basically had our team use their engineering judgment to come up with condition ratings, 1 being excellent, 5 being failure. You can see here there was quite a bit of observations collected for each pump station, Paradise being the most with nearly 40 observations. You can see the max rating that we saw for any pump station, and then the average rating. So for Paradise, it's fair to good condition, although there were some potentially concerning issues with the dry well piping, pumps, and VFDs. And, those are going to be shown later as we look through the improvements. So we summarize the findings there. And then we start to develop a prioritization scheme, right, to figure out when to do these things, when to prioritize them. And 1 being they need to be addressed right away, all the way up to 4 and 5, meaning no specific time frame. So you can see here that majority of the work is at Paradise, and over 60% of the improvements by priority are, pretty important to be done within the first 10 years. And so then we come up with a ranking of these pump stations, and the cost definitely, contributes to that ranking. You can see here those number of improvements and the cost associated that we've assigned to them. You can see that almost $7 million for raw improvements for all these pump stations, but then the cost goes up even more because then we consider the mobilization, demobilization, and bypass that is necessary for all the work. The indirect cost consists of the administration and construction management, engineering design that goes into it, as well as a nice contingency to account for certainly all the unknowns that we might encounter. So that brings it up to a good $13.5 million of work over the 10-year period. We wanted to definitely touch on sea level rise as we looked at that with a focus on pump stations, considered the Bay Wave and LiDAR analysis. When we looked at both of those studies, we saw the sites that deemed more vulnerable by both metrics. So those would be the deemed most vulnerable overall. It's a higher level look though for this project. The high level recommendations includes site specific analysis for more surveying. We're going to focus on the medium and high vulnerability, consider the neighborhood or area wide measures that are already in place that might protect these pump stations, and certainly build system resiliency through the groundwater monitoring programs, the prevention and accommodation and protection solutions that are considered currently. So with that, we we move into force mains. So this would be the third piece of the work that was done. Same kind of desktop evaluation, looking at the drawings, master plan reports, O&M reports, using Google Earth to really identify where these were, as there was a lot of buried valves on force mains. So we had to really figure out where those were located. The visual assessments and dewatering were part of the field evaluation, and we looked at the point features, the air release valves, valve manholes on vaults, pressure manholes. The Corte Madera Creek meter vault was included in this evaluation, discharge manholes, and buried isolation valves. So really just kind of high level summary, various issues for these ARVs across the board related to conditions, settlement, traffic, materials. Generally, most of these ARVs are at the end of their service life. The meter vault piping we saw at all the meter vaults we looked at were in poor to fair condition. Isolation check valves, some were working, some were inoperable. So it kind of varied across the board on this one.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt, just for 1 minute? I
Sure.
would make a motion to extend the meeting another half hour. Sorry, Chris.
Second.
Okay. Board Member Casissa?
Yes.
Board Member Avazio?
Yes.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Vice President Beckman?
Yes.
And President Lee?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries. You can go ahead and continue, Chris. Sorry about that.
Okay, so we're gonna pull out of the weeds and try to start getting into the summarization of all this, right? So we've got the pump stations, the force mains, the valves, and we summarize the total costs across these categories, and then we can start to group the assets by tiers as far as what we think is the most important. And you can see clearly here that the Paradise pump station and the force mains associated with it are the majority of the costs, and those are in red. We're going to talk about these alternatives as far as the force main solution in a little bit, but again, it's the majority of the costs here. And I think the other point here is that because of the necessary redundancy for the Paradise force main, you can't really do the rest of the work on Pfeiffer, Trailer Court, Village, these other force mains, because they require the shutdown of that major main asset. So it's a hefty cost, something around 12 million if we look at the first option, but we're getting ahead of ourselves because we don't even know what those are. Let me get to the next slide. Okay, so we wanted to take a look at what can we do with the current funding, right? So we've got these three main categories of gravity sewer work, force main and valves, pump stations. We list here kind of the things we thought we could do with rates as they are. And then everything under the kitchen sink, the unconstrained scenario would have all of the gravity improvement projects. It would have all of the Paradise force main assets and all the other force mains, as well as all pump station tiers 1 through 5. So the reality is we're probably in the middle somewhere. And so we start looking at these options, and really the variant that makes the costs really kind of go up or down is in the force main, right? So we looked at the redundant force main from Paradise pump station all the way to Corte Madera Creek, as well as crossing the creek and connecting to Ross Valley Interceptor. And that is the difference here between alts A, C, and E. And I think we can probably look at this in a little more detail, and I'll actually turn it back to RJ to sort of talk through the thinking on these and why these became the two options of choice.
Great, thanks, Chris. So this is really a big focal point of the decision and discussion that we want to have with the board. So here at the very bottom, you see the Triangle Paradise pump station. That's right next to that Trek bike store off San Clemente. That pumps, I don't know, 90% of the effluent from town to the Ross Valley Interceptor, which then goes to Central Marin Sanitation Agency. It is one pipe. There is no redundant system. It's a force main. So it's got valves, metallic valves that have been in the ground for 30 plus years. and have not been replaced. So how do you go about replacing all of these valves without disrupting service, right? That's the big challenge. So one option, a highly risky option, would be to do 50-night shutdowns and hope everything goes smooth each night, to where you fix the part you want to fix each night, and individually attack each valve that's in the ground. Another option, lower risk, would be to build in a redundant pipe next to it, put the effluent over to the other side for months at a time, go into the older pipe, you know, more methodically at a low risk pace, take out each deficient valve or air valve or other system, and do a full rehab, and then either leave that pipe online and have the other one as redundancy, or vice versa. So we think, you know, the thought of trying to do, and I don't even know the exact number, you know, 50+ night shutdowns at high risk is too much. If something goes wrong, there's really very little you can do for millions of gallons of flow. Yes, right next to the bay. So, you know, really, we think the recommendation that we want to present is one of these two options. We really came in first saying, hey, what is it going to be cost to take it all the way to the north side of the creek? You know, that was really our first goal. It turns out that is a $17 million option. And when we look at that in respect to like all the things that we also want to accomplish in the district, you know, we recognize that's a lot of funds. So, you know, we really took it back. We spent another month or two really drilling down on it. You know, what else can we do? You know, what are the pros and cons of taking it just to the south side? So if we take it to the south side, you can still address the bulk of those valves, and the pipe the force main that goes under the creek is primarily thick-walled fused HDPE. So it doesn't have all of those corrosive parts that need maintenance, and there's lower chance of it failing. Now, anything can happen, earthquake, you know, you just don't know. But as part of that approach, if we went just to the south side, we would then have an emergency bypass system where in a pinch, you know, we would put in a above ground pipe that would connect over the creek somewhere on the pedestrian overcrossing until we can make the repairs to that force main underneath. Yeah.
You can't do some kind of slack like joint connection to allow seismic movement with those HDPE systems?
So HD pipe in general does have a little bit of flex to it. And we do use a lot of those specialty fittings, but primarily when you're almost like for San Clemente pump station, right? We have a pump station that's not going to settle because it's been designed that way, and the pipe is just pulling on it as it's going down. Most of this system, I think, is the bay mud is probably gradually changing, so probably everything is kind of going down at a similar rate.
So it's a larger issue with just sag on that system. It's not as resistant as like a
yeah, and because it's a pressurized pipe, we're less concerned at this point with sags. We just don't want it to break.
All right.
And then we're concerned about these corroding elements. So this is a key thing for discussion, but then Chris, if you can bring it back to the previous slide. So before we narrowed it down, we really said, okay, you know, we've got current funding, what can we accomplish? So we can't accomplish any of that redundant parallel force main, which means we don't really have a solid plan on how to fix these valves that have been in the ground for 30+ years. And then we looked at, okay, well, what if we did a smaller pipe that we could use in construction, a 12-inch instead of 24-inch pipe, and that would allow you to do projects during parts of the summer, potentially dry weather flows. But the reality is so much of the cost is in the labor and equipment and less of it's in the pipe material itself. So you're kind of doing a lot, like 80-90% of the same work, but not getting the full benefit. So kind of said, no, it doesn't really meet the goals. If we really need to use this in a wet weather flow because there's an incident, we're not going to meet that. We're only going to be able to convey half of it, and then we're still having half of it not make it where we want it to go. We looked at what if we just did the portion under the creek, what would that cost? Obviously that doesn't meet the goals because it isn't connected to anything. So it doesn't really help us fix these assets that are in the ground corroding. So really we think it, kind of boils down to these two green ones that are in the middle. Obviously we can't afford to do everything unconstrained. And we had the tiers within the pump station category. There were 5 tiers. We're saying let's have a plan for tier top, the most needed tiers 1, 2, and 3 over the next 10 years. Similar, let's have that similar type approach for the gravity sewers, structural 5s, and really make sure we satisfy Riverwatch settlement. And then, I think we can, as a 10-year goal, I think it's reasonable and responsible to go with the lesser cost option of the force mains, which allows us to fix the corroding valves and have a plan in a major event to run a bypass over. So those are really the 2 we're discussing, but those are the ones we want feedback from the board on. So we did some real high level efforts to look at, could we attach it to the bridge? And I think that's maybe still in play, but that's a much bigger discussion with Caltrans. But really we're saying in the option that we don't, it sounds like it's probably more cost efficient just to put a second pipe under the creek if you were going to go all the way. But if you were to do a temporary, you would have to declare an emergency and probably put a pipe on the, the head bridge portion for however many days or weeks to, fix the.
I mean, my only question is that actually something Caltrans, if you explored that, would there be major cost savings to do that as the permanent so that you'd have better access to it and more resiliency moving forward?
I think there's more work to do, but so yeah, that would be somewhere in the middle between, maybe it could be option 2 or maybe it's a little less, but I don't think it's definitely not, it's still gonna cost at least 11 plus several millions of dollars. Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. So this is really the full array of what we want to show and discuss. And it boils it down into, on average over a 10-year cycle, how many millions of dollars the district needs to implement this plan. So the one that, really the tiers are the same for the gravity and the pump stations. The only difference between the 2 middle ones are where the force main would stop, north side or south side. And so that represents a difference between 9.78 million in budget versus $10.4 million in budget. Next slide. And here's just kind of a detailed summary that breaks it down into components. We've boxed it here. This shown, the one that's dashed red box, is the lesser cost of the 2. This is the taking it to the south side. So about $2.7 million a year toward gravity pipes, about $3.2 million on average for pump stations and force mains. And then the rest are private sewer lateral, operating costs, and then you get your number there at the bottom. Next slide. So based on current funding levels, we estimate revenue for fiscal 23-24 at $7.4 million. using the the force main option that takes to the south side of creek, we would then have a shortfall of $2.4 million per year on average. There's a lot of pieces that go into cash flow and bond potential and interest rates and that we need to further analyze, but this is kind of the super high level picture right now. Next slide.
So hey, RJ, really quick, so on the financial stuff, going back for a minute.
Yep.
So are you going to be doing a 10-year projection then? On like going out 10 years? Because the revenue, I assume the 7.4 isn't static for 10 years, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, no, so we've done some preliminary work on with our we have a rate study sub-consultant, and then also we'll be working with the town's NHA advisors to really dial in those assumptions.
Okay.
Yeah.
But currently it's fixed, right? So that 7.4 is to the fixed rate as it is now.
This is
7.4.
The 7.4. Actually, I think it's a typo. I think it's actually through maybe in the calendar year. So we're almost to the end of Q4.
Right, but that's based on a fixed fee, like assignment of revenue, like because the sewer, it's a one size fits all, like, and it's fixed and it's been fixed for a long time. So 7.4 isn't variable because Fred's asking like a tax base, it would go forward. So that's what I had heard,
well, actually, and then there is some so there is property tax that also gets folded into the sanitary district.
And
a lot of
that can increase above the
So that's where there is a lot of projecting, right? We don't know where the real estate market's going to go, so we don't know exactly how much we might get. Next slide, please.
Do we know how much a percentage of how much that is in relationship?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but we do have that. It's at least a couple million a year in property tax
of the variable. Okay.
So we went back, really to tell the story on, what's happened since the last rate study or rate increase. So in 2010, rates were increased to $498. And I asked our rate study consultant, what does that mean in today's dollar? And so they took inflation, and then they also took cost index for construction, and they forecasted them out. These are, reputable sources. And in today's dollars, that's $749 if you had been raising it with inflation and costs.
Is that a standard practice in sewer, or is the fixed fee the standard?
Usually most districts will be on a rotating 5-year cycle, or potentially less than 5 year. You can only do 5 years at a time to raise rates. And so they generally will at least do like a CPI increase even when things are good, right? So you're not losing money.
So every 5 years you would update to the CPI. It would be you could set that up.
Yeah. Well, you would just have to go back and do another
rate every 5 years. You'd
have to adopt a new set of rates, maximum every 5 years.
That's more of an industry standard, but right now we're looking at almost a 14-year trajectory where we haven't done that.
That's right. So next slide. So and I am going to explain a little bit of how we got there. So we also, as part of this effort, looked at rates in other neighboring districts. Be aware that some districts do calculate the rates with a formula that does involve usage, and they base that off of wet weather water data. Ours is fixed. So I just want that to be out there, that when we, you may go to, I forget which district, Mill Valley, and you see, oh, well, you said it's 1,800, and I looked on their website and it was, I don't know, whatever it is. But that's because that was one part of their formula. The other part is, so they have a fixed part and they have a usage part. We just have fixed. So that's just, I want to make sure that's, fully understood. So the team did all the number crunching and normalize the data. And, you know, for all these ones listed that are, you know, almost all 90% of them are in Marin, you know, your average is somewhere just under 1,200 per year. Next slide. Another thing that I think we'll want feedback on is just, you know, the private sewer lateral grant program. You know, obviously it's been a success. We've seen 1,300 laterals upgraded, and I think this is a big part of it since 2018, but obviously there's a cost. Current contributions for an individual lateral are $2,500. So I asked the consultant, well, okay, just so we have all the information, what do we gain or save if we move up $1,000 or down $1,000? And it's roughly $400K a year. Obviously, you could pick any number in between you want, and it's going to be a linear savings. But I just think that's important as we really plan ahead. We obviously want to help as much as we can, but it's also gonna raise rates at the same time. And I think we just want to be conscious of that. Next slide. Separately, outside of town of Corte Madera, we have small portions of Larkspur that are served by Sanitary District 2, Tiburon, and unincorporated county. And what's interesting is, out of all of them, including Corte Madera, they all pay property tax to the district except Larkspur. So something that Ross Valley has recently done, and maybe in the last 5 years, and maybe in the last 2 years, they've had a separate rate for Larkspur because they want to be equitable across their district. And since they're not contributing property tax, they feel like they need to increase the amount by that value.
Do you know why Larkspur doesn't pay?
When they annexed the district, they held that contribution back.
Okay.
So it was Larkspur at one point first annexed so they used to have their own sanitary district. They annexed it to Ross Valley, and then portions of it came to us.
So, and then when we talk about Larkspur, is that like the boardwalk homes and stuff? Because that's kind of in their, like, some of their control, but not.
So that's unincorporated county.
Right.
Whereas
the trailer park home.
the other unincorporated county would be like Paradise K. And then as you go on the Paradise Loop, that would be Tiburon. Where we're talking about Larkspur, it's more so up here by the Elms and closer to
Fernanda.
Is it before like Trader Joe's? There's mobile homes there.
No, it's really the portion as you go from 300 Tamalpais to like Magnolia, and you cut to downtown Larkspur. It's really that portion of Larkspur.
It's piecemeal.
Yeah, and it's not a high number of. I mean, I don't know how the exact number, but somewhere we have a map, but it's a.
Do they pay anything?
Probably not. I don't even know if it's 100 houses, but
do they pay anything at all?
They pay just the $498 plus the $2 county filing fee, but no property tax.
Okay.
Next slide. The other thing, just really using this to really look at everything. We had the Marin Civil Grand Jury report that looked at ADUs, and it had some targeted questions for sanitary district, asking to waive or significantly lower fees. And so we'll also fold that into the rate study discussion. If we're getting $10,000 in fees off ADUs, I don't even know if it's that much, and we take it away, then it's got to come from somewhere. So then it's spread amongst the users, and how much is that per person? That'll be part of the discussion as well.
So RJ, we have 10 minutes. I don't know that some of the council's going to want to extend, so I don't know.
Okay. Next slide. We're almost at the last slide, and then we can, this is the last slide. So here's the next steps: obtain feedback from you all tonight. We'll be posting the full report, hopefully by the end of the month. We'll be meeting with NHA advisors to develop some more detailed funding scenarios. We'll be hosting a public workshop to kind of get public feedback on those scenarios. We'll update the sewer master plan and the rate study documents, and then we'll come back to the district board in spring of 24. Next slide, and that's it. Any questions and comments?
Okay. So we'll open it up to the dais. Is there any questions?
I just have one. When do you need to have our input as far as things like the grant program, the rate study, things where we can make a difference and support you? Do you need that tonight, or when does it need to happen?
You know, if you want to give some high level comments, I think that's fair. I don't want you to feel pressured. We will have some more finite numbers to attach to each of those. And those will be presented at the public workshop.
How are you doing the public workshops? Is that just going to be one? Because it's not just Corte Madera, you're looking at Tiburon, Larkspur, and also county.
Yeah, we still need to have that whole rollout strategy. We've had some really kind of intro level discussions about it. We wanted to have the meeting tonight first, but to give some scale, I mean, yeah, it's certainly all of Corte Madera, and then, but from a, you know, look at the laterals as a number, right? Just under 5,700 laterals in the district, to give you a sense of how many people that could be, you know. So it's not significantly more than the number of people in Corte Madera. It's, you know, I'm guessing it's 11,000 people that are in the district.
Right. I just want to make sure that again, Larkspur and the county,
oh yeah,
and Tiburon get incorporated in that process.
Absolutely.
Because then it came up before where I think you did some work close to the boardwalk, and I think those people said they never got noticed.
Yeah, and as we get into any discussion of rates, there's a formal process and noticing requirements, and we'll follow that all to a T.
Okay, and I have another one for you. One of those slides that showed, it talked about revenue bonds.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a potential funding source versus raising rates, or would that be in connection with raising rates?
You know, we're going to look at all options. You know, I think seeing what we see at, you know, I think there is a reason to raise them above $498. How much you want to slide the scale, you know, now versus later is still definitely up for analysis and discussion. And that's one of the primary things that we need to dive into it with NHA advisors and come back. But from a, you know, support standpoint, you know, the Force Main is this kind of, it's a new improvement. We're not rehabbing old pipes or pump station. This is a new improvement that's going to benefit people for 30 plus years. So it makes sense to amortize those costs over a longer period.
Okay, thanks. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'd appreciate, I think, when you come back to us, if you have all funding options, and this way it gives us the option of an option. Thanks.
Probably a dumb question, but I've never heard of a redundant force main, and I just want to make sure that that's like a thing that is done, and it wouldn't be like building a second Highway 101 parallel to Highway 101 just in case something happened to the highway.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that it's absolutely need a crossover, because I'll be honest, on the other side, when we connect, it becomes the JPA from there, involving us and mainly Ross Valley. That line to CMSA is not redundant. Mm-hmm. But I think the bigger impetus for me is, how do you fix and repair or replace assets that we know are at the end of their life? Mm-hmm. And so I mean, you know, Fernanda and I were both involved in when we did the emergency ARV, and that was 2 nights, and each night was like high risk. We had 5 Vector trucks on standby, it was intense. And so the thought of trying to do that 30 or 50 times is,
yeah,
it's concerning.
Okay. I think we'll have to continue this discussion at another time.
Yeah, did you have any questions?
No, I'm looking forward.
I had two.
People.
Yeah. So I had two questions real quick. There, you don't have to answer them tonight, but one is this analysis tied to overall maintenance of the roads and other infrastructure upgrades as far as like the timing and the cost scenario of digging up these large portions? Does that software allow you to do that, or would there be any kind of synergies? The other one is really, I heard you talk a little bit about the risk of some of these moves, right? But can we actually qualify what the cost would be if we go with the cheaper sewer, and then it breaks and it costs us $15 million because someone sued us, like, and if we just paid an extra $1 million and we're assured we're not going to get sued, right? Like those kind of metrics about what kind of the risk models associated with it would be really helpful in the decisions moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
I'm sorry, hey RJ, I don't mean to cut you off. I think you have like about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to extend. I get the feeling we're not extending, not to be rude to you.
Yeah, just the risk, I think, is a couple different, it's dollars, and also it's the optics of having all of that volume go somewhere you don't want to go. So it's, how do you put a dollar on some of that? That's
So that would be, yeah. Question/comment. Okay. Well, so can we call it can we close this item, or are we gonna have to bring it back?
Yeah, we're just looking for any initial direction.
Public comment. Do I have to open up for public comment if we want to close it? Okay, so is everyone done up here? All right, so I'm gonna close the dice. I'm gonna open it up for public comment. Is there, seeing no one in the public, is there anyone online?
We don't have any public comment on this item.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. Any last comments?
Great work, RJ.
Okay, all right.
Thanks for
Thanks for
It much more earlier in the evening, but it was great. Obviously, great work.
hopefully no reports. Okay, any draft agenda discussions? Seeing none, adjourn. All right.